Chapter 1289. The Mother Goddess was no longer shocked by the materials demigod Arthur took out. Although she had been asleep for tens of thousands of years, she knew about the existence of the bug world after waking up. That large world had the power to resist the five gods. Although they had failed in the last large world war, it didn't mean that the bug world was weak. On the contrary, having the confidence to wage a large world war against the five gods was a reflection of their power. In the eyes of the Mother Goddess, a bug god that could escape unscathed after the large world war was no weaker than the five gods. The materials demigod Arthur took out were all from the bug world, which meant that demigod Arthur had a terrifying power in the bug world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many god-tier materials. Milord, among the divine-tier materials here, the divine-tier insect shell can be used as the main material for a divine armor. I believe that with the addition of the defensive runes, the armor's defense can reach the level of a high-grade divine armor. The Forest Mother Goddess's face lit up when she talked about professional matters. Even in the Age of Gods, the Mother Goddess had never obtained such good god-tier materials to make a divine armor. Of course, the artifacts that he made were never for himself. They were all made for other god. He was just a processor. These two god-tier materials can be used to make a divine longsword, the Mother Goddess said as she pointed at the two god-tier blades from the Blade Mantis Emperor. Even if the god-tier blades weren't remade, they could still be used as a god-tier weapon by a god-tier being. The Forest Mother Goddess stared at the mysterious runes on the blades. She couldn't imagine what kind of existence the blades were, and how the demigod Arthur was able to obtain them. As for the wings, I found that the runes on the wings have acceleration and illusion effect. I can break them down and add a pair of wings to each set of god-tier armor. This will increase the acceleration and illusion effects of the divine armor, the Mother Goddess said as she pointed at the wings from the Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor. David nodded and said, "Let's do it according to your design. If you don't have enough materials, let me know. I'll think of something." In any case, David did not have to worry about the Bug Tribe's god-tier beings at all in the Bug Tribe's world. As long as he was careful, he could do whatever he wanted. He did not believe that those Bug Tribe god-level existences would carry their entire collection with them. If he needed to, he could search the Bug Tribe god-level existences collections all over the Bug Tribe. The Mother Goddess hurriedly explained, "My lord, the materials here are enough to make 20 divine armors and 6 divine longswords." The god-tier materials David took out all came from the god-tier insectoids. Although these insectoid materials were evolved, they had been strengthened by god-tier energy for countless years. Perhaps to the gods of other worlds, godly power was precious, but to the god ranks of the bug world, godly power was inexhaustible, so it did not need to be too precious. Thus, during the process of strengthening the god body, even if they knew that some parts of the god body would fall off, they would still strengthen it. Given the Bug Tribe's god-level body, the materials they produced were all huge. As for the god body, they would never make the god body at their strongest. That would be too wasteful, and the materials needed would be too much. It would be extremely difficult to even make a single god body. Thus, the god body only needed to make a much smaller god body and use the shrinking rune to enlarge it to the size of the god body at their strongest. When David heard that he could make so many god body artifacts, he became generous and said, "Then I'll make a defensive god body artifact for you. You can choose the materials and style." In fact, it was the Mother Goddess who specialized in making god body artifacts. If David made his own god body artifacts, many of the god-tier materials would be wasted in the process of designing, disassembling, and making. It would be impossible to make so many god body artifacts. "Thank you, my lord." The Mother Goddess felt warm in her heart. Although the Master God she followed in the past had provided her with protection, she could forget about the god body artifact materials. Thus, the Mother Goddess went through a large amount of god-tier materials and made many god body artifacts, but she didn't have a powerful defensive god body artifact. Even the divine artifacts worn by the Forest Mother had been slowly accumulated and created through the exchange of the deity training resources she had planted. During this time, you can use your god body without limit. David waved his hand and a god body channel was formed. An endless stream of god body divine power flowed into the small world. Currently, the 4 demigod clones weren't training in the Bug Tribe's world, so their Emperor Inheritance runes couldn't be used. Now, David used the 4 Emperor Inheritance runes to create god body divine power and poured it into the Mother Goddess's small world. The Mother Goddess of the forest felt the influx of godly power. This godly power was even more shocking than the godly materials that demigod Arthur took out. This godly power was even denser than the godly power in the Shadow God's small world. The Mother Goddess couldn't imagine how many followers demigod Arthur had to be able to form this much god body divine power. This clearly exceeded the total amount of followers the great world of God had. First, make 5 sets of god body artifacts for me. Then, make the ones you need. Leave the other materials here. I'll let you know if I need them. David didn't rush her, but the meaning behind his words was very clear. Yes, my lord. I'll start right away. The Mother Goddess didn't hesitate and began to work. In terms of fighting, the Mother Goddess didn't have much fighting ability, but in terms of planting and making god body artifacts, she had enough confidence. If it wasn't for the fact that the number of gods had decreased and there weren't enough gods to go to the chaotic streams of space to obtain materials, the Mother Goddess would have been able to live a more comfortable life with her ability to make god body artifacts. Due to the scarcity of materials, gods wouldn't ask others to make god body artifacts. In the end, the Mother Goddess almost forgot that she had the ability to make god body artifacts. The Mother Goddess swept her hand across the god-rank insect shell. Under the effect of a strange energy wave, the god-rank insect shell was divided into 5 parts. To David's surprise, the 5 portions of divine rank materials that the Mother Goddess of the forest had divided out were almost all of the divine rank insect shells. There wasn't a single bit of wastage. The Mother Goddess was also very excited. It had been a long time since she tried to make god body artifacts without worrying about the consumption of god body divine power. Under David's watch, the Mother Goddess used 5 days to complete 5 sets of god body armor and god body longsword. And this was under the condition that he didn't have to worry about divine power consumption. The Forest Mother had only used 5 days to make 5 sets of divine items at the same time. If the divine power had been slowly supplied, it would have taken years or even decades to make the divine items. The large amount of god body divine power made god body artifact creation relatively simple. The Mother Goddess could also use her abilities to her heart's content. David also discovered that his god body artifact creation ability wasn't even at the beginner level. The Mother Goddess' many techniques opened his eyes. The 5 sets of god body armor and longsword in front of David flashed with dark gold light. My lord, the god body artifacts are complete. The Mother Goddess looked at the 5 sets of god body armor and longsword with eyes full of pride. These were the best god body artifacts she had ever made. The most perfect materials combined with endless god body divine power allowed the Mother Goddess to explode with her most powerful abilities. Although these are 5 sets of god body armor, they can also be said to be a single entity. The 5 sets of god body armor were taken from the same god rank insect shell. Even the wings on the back are the same. Plus, they were made at the same time. I also used a secret technique to create a connection between the 5 sets of god body armor. When 5 gods stand together wearing god body armor, it will form a defensive barrier based on their strength. The defense of a single set of god body armor is comparable to that of a high-grade god body armor. The wings on the back also successfully retained the acceleration and illusion effect. The longsword is the one I am most satisfied with. It has no other effects except for its sharpness, extreme sharpness. In the process of making it, I discovered that the divine tear blade material had an extraordinary sharpness. I was worried that adding other functions would ruin its sharpness, so I only increased its sharpness through the divine runes. The forest mother goddess pointed at the divine weapons and introduced them. David was also very satisfied with the 5 sets of god body artifact. The mother goddess was indeed a professional. Not only did she use the materials very well, but the god body artifacts she made were also far better than his. You can craft those demigod-grade materials when you have the time. You don't have to worry about using them when you're a deity. Just craft them into standard knight armor and long swords. David said as he put away the 5 sets of divine equipment. The mother goddess reminded, I will do my best, but demigod rank materials can only make low-grade god body artifacts at best. That's enough, David said with a smile. In the past 5 days, the mother goddess's small world was filled with godly power. The mother goddess felt like she was in a dream. Even when the mother goddess was at her peak, her small world didn't have such a dense amount of godly power. Although making the god body artifacts consumed a portion of it, it was clear that demigod Arthur wanted to repay the mother goddess and gave her more godly power than she consumed. The mother goddess of the forest made up her mind to serve demigod Arthur wholeheartedly. My lord, this is the new batch of dishes. Please have a taste. Just as David was about to leave, the mother goddess took out a dimension ring and handed it over. David didn't reject the mother goddess's good intentions. He also liked the mother goddess's dishes. After David left the mother goddess's small world, he opened a wormhole to the bug world's safe zone and returned to the underground base. He distributed the 5 sets of godly armor and godly longsword to the 5 clones. He could already feel that the 4 demigod clones were about to level up. After 5 days, the god-tier clone's strength had undergone a drastic change. The main reason for this was that it had grasped the talent ability of the war god. As a perfect clone of David's main body, the demigod clones had the same talent as David. This talent was something that David had transformed into a black dragon demigod life form after countless modifications. Although his soul couldn't compare to the main bodies, it was definitely much stronger than an ordinary deity's. In addition, he shared knowledge with David's soul, so he only needed a day to completely understand the war god's innate ability. With the god of war tattoo in the soul dimension, it could use the god of war talent to fight enemies at any time. As for the strengthening of the divine body, although it was only 5 days, it still had some effect under the effect of the Emperor Inheritance tattoo. David believed that with the help of the godly armor and longsword, the demigod clones wouldn't be too weak. They would at least be comparable to a normal demigod that had trained for tens of thousands of years. Normal demigods didn't have the high-level godly armor and longsword, let alone the god of war talent. These were enough to make up for the weakness of the divine body. Most importantly, David found that the 4 demigod clones couldn't wait any longer. They needed to go to the great world of God to level up immediately. This was an extremely important matter. Once the 4 demigod clones successfully leveled up, David's forces would be stabilized. No one would be able to shake him. Therefore, David summoned all of his forces. The Titan Golden-Armored Emperor, the Blade Mantis Emperor, the Half-Body Spider Emperor, the Combat Form Avatar, the Black Dragon Alexis, the God-level Clone Avatar, and the God of Shadow Avatar. David could mobilize 6 demigod clones and 1 godly spirit. With this force, he hoped that there wouldn't be any trouble if the 4 demigod clones successfully leveled up. He sent all of his combat power into the small world of his soul space. Then, he opened the wormhole that led to the safe zone of the great world of God. When David left the insectoid world, the Queen Mother and the 5 god-level insectoids all sensed the disappearance of the 8 Emperor-level inheritance runes. This made the Queen Mother even more certain that the 8 Emperor inheritance tattoos had fallen into the hands of the same faction. They should all be related to demigod Arthur. Only when they belonged to the same faction would the 8 Emperor rank inheritance runes stop absorbing faith power at the same time. That was because the 8 powerhouses with the Emperor rank inheritance runes had left the bug world. However, the Queen Mother and the 5 demigods didn't understand what had happened that required all 8 demigods with the Emperor inheritance tattoos to move out. Chapter 1290. Appearing from the Divine Great World Safety Point, which was located 500 meters below the surface of the Gamma star, David waved his hand and activated the Void Breaker talent ability, opening a space passage. Through the portal, he appeared in the space shrines of space destruction in the sky above Kami. Kulik, the level 5 priest, welcomed David's arrival with the most sincere attitude. After such a long time of praying in the space shrines of space destruction, he had long become the most devout believer of the god of destruction. "Great Lord, please give me your orders," Kulik said humbly. "Fully activate the space shrines of space destruction and scan for any suspicious life forms in the area. Kill them as soon as you find them. I allow you to use the power of faith without limit," David commanded in a deep voice. "Yes, great Lord," Kulik replied respectfully. The level 5 priest skillfully operated the shrines of space destruction. He soon discovered that there was a steady stream of power of faith flowing out of the god of destruction's statue. Every time he activated a rune circle, he would receive the most power of faith. The space shrines of space destruction, which were originally inconspicuous on Kami, shone like a star in the sky above Kami. It was the light gathered after a large number of rune circles were activated. At this moment, the space shrines of space destruction were truly terrifying. There were no outsiders on Kami. Only legendary knight Anton was there. Legend Annabelle was nowhere to be found. David was still a little worried. He closed the planet-level portal of Kami and contacted the AI system to release a large number of unmanned reconnaissance drones. They formed a dense reconnaissance network in the space tens of thousands of meters around Kami. After doing all this, David released the 4 demigod clones. The 4 demigod clones all flew outside the space shrines of space destruction, but they did not leave the range of the shrines of space destruction. Within the range of the space shrines of space destruction was the area protected by the shrines of space destruction. This area was equivalent to an extension of the small world of the god of destruction, which was also an extension of the small world of David's soul space. In the entire great world of God, this was probably the only area that could hide from the divine aura detection system of the 5 shrines. However, because the 4 demigod clones had leveled up at the same time, David didn't know if the outer space temple of destruction could completely conceal the aura of the 4 demigod clones. That was why it had brought all the god-level combat power. Kulik also saw the 4 demigod clones. He was all too familiar with the aura of the god of destruction. Although the 4 demigod clones looked completely different, their auras were completely identical to David's aura. The faces of the demigod clones were naturally David's original face, and David appeared in the great world of God as demigod Arthur. He had also changed his appearance. Kulik was shocked, but he did not show it on his face. The great gods were always special. This was the range of the space shrines of space destruction. David did not need to use the space shrines in the small world of his soul space to transmit divine power. The space shrines of space destruction had already accumulated a lot of power of faith during this time. The power of faith in the space shrines of space destruction was usually transmitted from the Zerg world. Especially this time, the 4 demigod clones needed to be promoted in the great world of God, so all the divine clones had to come. The divine power that the 4 demigod clones needed to promote would be supported by the space shrines of space destruction. David had calculated the amount of divine power that the demigod clones needed to promote once in the Interstellar Federation. The power of faith in the space shrines of space destruction was enough. Not only could it provide for the 4 demigod clones to promote, but it could also be used to defend against external enemies. The aura of the 4 demigod clones began to rise, and a terrifying pressure began to spread in all directions. Unlike the Interstellar Federation, the Great World Will of the Great World of God obviously did not have much suppression on the divine level. Therefore, the aura of the 4 demigod clones was more intense. David had to pay attention to the 4 demigod clones while vigilantly checking the space shrines of space destruction. He was very worried that the aura of the 4 demigod clones would break through the range of the space shrines of space destruction. Fortunately, everything seemed to be fine for now. No matter how slow a level 5 priest like Kulik was, he understood what was going to happen. 4 demigod clones promoting to the divine level at the same time. This was something that had never been heard of before. He also understood the seriousness of this matter, so he was even more careful in controlling the sacred pattern of the space shrines of space destruction. The statue of destruction in the space shrines of space destruction continued to transmit divine power into the bodies of the 4 demigod clones. As the divine power was injected into the bodies of the 4 demigod clones, a roaring sound could be heard from the bodies of the 4 demigod clones. The 4 demigod clones were wearing divine armor, so they were not as pathetic as the ones promoted in the Interstellar Federation. The divine armor was not affected by the impact of the divine power. The 4 demigod clones were originally filled to the brim with divine power. Now, the continuous injection of divine power loosened the shackles in the bodies of the 4 demigod clones. The bodies of the 4 demigod clones vibrated at the same time, and their energization increased from 99% to 100%. At this moment, the 4 clones could no longer be called demigod. They had taken a crucial half-step towards the goal of God rank. They had already stepped on the threshold of God rank. The divine power of the statue of destruction continued to flow into the bodies of the 4 demigod clones. The bodies that were originally brimming with divine power once again greedily absorbed the divine power that was pouring in. The 100% energized bodies were in the process of merging with the divine power to transform into a true divine body. David was surprised to find that the great world of God's will did not reject the 4 clones at all. Instead, it took the initiative to accept the 4 new gods into the great world of God. This was completely different from the Interstellar Federation's will. This was probably the main reason why the great world of God was the world of gods and why the Interstellar Federation was the world of science and technology. In the Interstellar Federation, as the power of a powerful being increased, they would be rejected more and more with each promotion. This made each promotion a test of life and death. David was sure that if it were not for his indestructible life force, the demigod clones would have died many times during the promotion process. Furthermore, this was the clone of a demigod with the body of a black dragon. Ordinary creatures would have no chance of surviving if they tried to break through in the Interstellar Federation. Of course, it was this characteristic of the Interstellar Federation that allowed the Interstellar Federation to survive in the face of the great world of God and the Zerg world, 2 great worlds with gods and god-level beings. On the one hand, having the Doomsday weapon could threaten the invasion of gods. On the other hand, it was also because the Interstellar Federation's rejection of the strong beings from other worlds was so great that the gods and god-level beings of the great world of God and the Zerg world were not very interested in the Interstellar Federation. Without the rejection of the great world of God's will, the process of merging with the divine power of the clones was very smooth. This seemingly easy promotion was based on the clones' own aptitude, constitution, bloodline, foundation, and so on. Only then would it be so easy. The 4 clones had the black dragon body. They were true god-level beings, and the bottleneck of a god-level being was the smallest. The clones also had sufficient divine power, the mature black dragon's dormant cultivation method, and the experience of the black dragon Alexis inheritance. These were all destined for the success of the 4 clones' promotion. After the process of merging with the divine power was completed, the bodies of the 4 clones began to expand. They were now truly transforming into God-level beings. This time, they did not have to be naked. The divine armor made by the Forest Mother automatically enlarged to a suitable size as the 4 clones' God-level bodies expanded. Unsurprisingly, the 4 clones all became God-level beings that were 150 meters tall. During the whole process, the space destruction shrines had firmly covered all the God-level aura. It had to be said that the space destruction shrines, made by the god of war, were indeed very powerful. If it were not for the space destruction shrines, David would probably have to consider fighting with the 5 gods in advance. David released the clones that had become god level a few days ago. The 5 clones began to communicate with each other through their souls. This was a communication method that they had mastered since they were born. Soon, the god of war pattern appeared in the soul space of the other 4 clones. In this short period of time, the 4 clones had mastered the god of war talent ability. The 5 clones were all the same. They had the same genes, the same bloodline, the same cultivation method, and the same talent ability. Even when they were cultivating, they cultivated together. This allowed them to form a strange tacit understanding. David's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, the 5 clones all disappeared. They were all kept in the small world of his soul space. Just a second after the 5 clones disappeared, outside the space destruction shrines, a gate of faith appeared. According to the pattern on the gate of faith, David recognized that it was the gate of faith, used by the god of war. Then, the god of war walked out of the gate of faith. As soon as he appeared, he looked at David in confusion. The reason why the god of war came here was that he suddenly had a strong feeling. This feeling came from the abnormal fluctuation of the will of the great world of God. It came from the sudden increase in the aura of the power of faith. The god of war could not pinpoint the exact location of these abnormalities, but he could vaguely feel that it was in the star sector where planet Gamma was located. Since it was in the star sector where planet Gamma was located, the god of war naturally thought of demigod Arthur. He was also the only existence in the star sector where planet Gamma was located that could cause abnormalities in the will of the great world. Of course, the god of war was so concerned because he also heard that the evil gods were preparing to summon the giant dragons. That was why he increased his perception of the great world of God. Only the god of war dared to directly check with his god body. If it were the other 4 gods, they would only use their god's descent. Demigod Arthur, what did you do? The god of war frowned as he looked at the space destruction shrines and asked David, who was standing in front of the space destruction shrines. The god of war naturally recognized that the space destruction shrines was created by him. However, due to the reckless actions of the shrines under his command, the space destruction shrines fell into the hands of demigod Arthur. The archbishop was equivalent to the spokesperson of the god of war. The prideful god of war wouldn't deny the archbishop's actions. That was why the god of war didn't forcefully ask for the space destruction shrines, even though he knew that demigod Arthur had snatched the space destruction shrines. Of course, another important reason was that demigod Arthur had displayed sufficient power, so the god of war couldn't forcefully ask for it. Only with sufficient power could one reach the level of being reasonable. Otherwise, both parties wouldn't be qualified to stand on the same level. How could they be reasonable? David smiled as he pointed at the space destruction shrines. How did you find the time to come over? Then, he asked as he smiled and pointed at the space destruction shrines. There's a strong god-level aura here, and it's not the aura of Black Dragon Alexis. I hope demigod Arthur won't do anything out of line. Otherwise, Don't blame us for not following the holy language agreement," the god of war said in a deep voice. As soon as the god of war arrived, he smelled the god-level aura that had yet to dissipate. The aura revealed that the god level was very weak. The god of war didn't pay much attention to a weak god level, so he only gave a warning. The god of war couldn't be blamed for misjudging the aura of the 5 god-level clones as the aura of one god level. This was because the 5 god-class clones all had the same presence. As long as one did not stand in front of the 5 clones and look at them, based on their presence alone, any god spirit or god class would think that the 5 clones were one. Of course, I'll follow the holy language agreement. David felt relieved and smiled as he spoke. David also noticed that the god of war had been standing outside the space destruction shrines, and didn't enter. This meant that the god of war was very careful and didn't want to give David an opportunity to attack. If the god of war dared to enter the space destruction shrines area, David might really send out all his god-level subordinates to kill the god of war on the spot. David had brought all his god-level combatants this time. He didn't believe that the god of war could take on 10 god-level combatants in the space destruction shrines area. Yes, David now had 10 god-level combatants, 1 god-level, and 1 vassal god with no combat power. The Titan Golden Emperor clone, the Blade Mantis Emperor clone, the Half-Spider Emperor clone, the Battle Form clone, the Black Dragon Alexis, and the 5 god-level clones. The 4 new god-level clones had divine equipment prepared beforehand, and they had the talent ability of the god of war, so they also had some god-level combatants. Chapter 1291. As for the backlash of the divine text agreement, David did not think that he, who had the world tree, would be affected by the backlash of a divine great world. So, if the god of war dared to give him a chance, he dared to take action. As an experienced god, the god of war knew that if a god wasn't invited into another god's shrines, it was a provocation and extremely dangerous behavior. Within the shrines, the god of war's body would be suppressed, but the gods on demigod Arthur's side would have a certain increase in power due to demigod Arthur. The god of war looked at the aura of hatred above David's head. He wanted to see with his own eyes if demigod Arthur was really a god-slayer. Although all the information stated that demigod Arthur was a god-slayer, the god of war still wanted to see it with his own eyes. Did the god of Shadow's soul fall into the space turbulence forever? The god of war asked in a low voice. It was rare for the aura of hatred to appear. It would only appear when the small world of a god was destroyed and the god's remnant soul fell into the space turbulence. Then, the believers wouldn't be able to connect with the god through faith. Of course, there was another situation that was even more terrifying, but it was even rarer for a god-slayer to achieve. That was to destroy the god's soul. No, the god of shadow was completely destroyed. His soul couldn't enter the space turbulence. David maintained his smile and replied, "Yes, I thought of your god's shadow attendant. If I'm not mistaken, your god's shadow attendant came from an old friend of mine. I really miss him. Back then, we paid a huge price to kill him, but his remnant soul still escaped. If I didn't sense that old friend's aura from you, I would have thought that he escaped from the space turbulence," the god of war said with a faint smile. With the god of war's power, he didn't have any scruples when speaking. He said whatever he wanted to say and didn't think about revealing ancient secrets. Back then, that powerful god was simply too powerful. In order to eliminate him, the gods had set up a trap. It was also because the powerful gods had been too confident and believed that they did not need to fear any other gods since they had mastered the law of strength, which was why they had been tricked into a trap. Not only did the 5 gods participate in that battle, but many other gods also participated in it. In the end, there were 5 gods who ruled the great world of God. The rest of the gods fell along with the stronger gods. That was a war that even the god of war could not forget. I got the god's shadow attendant by accident. If possible, You can tell me more about your old friend, David said with a smile. The god of war took a deep look at David. He was sure that David had no contact with that old friend. In fact, the god of war had no way to confirm the relationship between the shadow attendant and his old friend. He could only make a judgment based on the abilities of the shadow attendant. The god of war directly expressed his doubts. Through the god's eye of truth, if David was hiding something, he would be able to see through it. After a short conversation, the god of war stopped communicating. From the beginning to the end, the god of war did not enter the range of the space destruction shrines. After communicating with David, he did not stop. He turned around and entered the gate of faith. Seeing the god of war leave, David let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had the confidence to fight against the 5 gods, he did not plan to unify the great world of God. His goal was freedom. The freedom that David wanted was to live a happy life without being threatened by anyone. In the Zerg world, he could barely achieve that. In the Interstellar Federation, his power could also achieve that. He believed that if he was given more time, he could achieve the same freedom in the great world of God with his own strength. The reason why the great world of God was peaceful was because of the existence of the 5 gods. As long as the 5 gods did not provoke him, he would not disturb the peace. He did not want to let David take over the management of the great world of God. Priest Kulik continued to monitor the surrounding security. Lower the level, David ordered Priest Kulik. Priest Kulik had yet to recover from his shock. He had personally witnessed 4 god-ranked beings being promoted in front of him. He also saw 5 god-ranked beings with the same aura as demigod Arthur. Then, the god of war arrived. Priest Kulik saw the god of war's main body for the first time. He also saw how demigod Arthur and the god of war communicated. It was an equal communication. Currently, Arthur was only a demigod. If he became a true god, then Arthur's strength would be unimaginable. In an instant, Kulik's faith devotion rose to a fanatical level. David couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't understand why Kulik's faith devotion suddenly increased. Yes, great lord. Kulik, who had just woken up, replied respectfully. David waved his hand and activated his break space ability. He entered the space tunnel and arrived at the great world of God 500 meters underground. He then opened a wormhole. He arrived at the Zerg world through the wormhole. Among all the worlds, the Zerg world was the only one that did not have any god-ranked beings. With his current combat power, he did not have to worry about the Zerg god-ranked beings. Therefore, the Zerg world was the safest place. David released all the god-grade entities, which made the underground base, which had been huge, seem very small all of a sudden. The 5 god-ranked clones were 150 meters tall. The rest of the Zerg clones were 200 to 300 meters tall. They took up even more space. David shook his head. He decided not to stay in the underground base. Since all the Zerg god-ranked beings were holed up in their hives, no Zerg would dare to come close to this star field just by relying on the demigod golden-winged Beetle King clone. The underground base was still being used as a research facility. The Cube Super AI system was conducting research there. The Cube Super AI system's current research topic was how to perfectly utilize the 8 Emperor Inheritance runes. In order for the Cube Super AI system to fully research, David transferred all the content of the Path of Shepherding Inheritance into it. In addition, David was also thinking about increasing the number of super servers of the Cube Super AI system. This was something he had been doing for a long time, but it would take time to customize the super servers. This nameless planet was named Home by David. David activated the Underground Sneak talent ability, and all the rocks on the surface of Home Planet came alive. His mind was like a giant hand. 25 legendary level soul clones and 1,473 level 5 soul clones allowed his brain to be as precise as a super photon computer. He commanded the giant hand of mind to change the rocks into any shape he wanted. A giant semicircular building appeared. The building was 1,000 meters tall. If it wasn't for the semicircular structure, even if the building itself was made of a complete rock, it wouldn't be able to support such a large area. This was a residence built for the Zerg God-ranked beings. There was no way a pillar would be placed in the middle. David added many strengthening runes to the semicircular building. Within the limits of the rock's endurance, the semicircular building was as strong as the rock could be. Of course, this was a temporary residence. According to David's plan, when the Cube Super AI system finished its research, it could rebuild a super-large rune circle on home planet and turn it into an ideal planet. The Queen Mother and the 5 Zerg God-ranked beings were hoping that something big happened to demigod Arthur, and that the 8 inheritance runes would never return. As for getting the 8 inheritance runes back, the Queen Mother and the 5 Zerg God-ranked beings no longer thought about it. Unfortunately, this dream only lasted for a few days before the 8 royal inheritance runes appeared again. This made the Queen Mother and the 5 Zerg God-ranked beings extremely helpless. Their hopes were dashed, so they could only continue to stick together and not split up. David didn't want to touch the Queen Mother. As long as the Queen Mother was there, the entire Zerg race would be peaceful. If the Queen Mother was killed, who would maintain the stability of the Zerg race? The faith power of the 8 Emperor rank inheritance runes came from every single bug in the bug world. Due to the large decrease in bug population due to the chaos, the effect of the Emperor rank inheritance runes would be greatly affected. The Zerg race was not a peaceful race. The only reason they could live peacefully in the Zerg world was because of the Queen Mother's management. Just think about the Interstellar Federation's war zone, where Zergs would often kill each other, and this was the result of losing control within the Zerg race. What comforted the Queen Mother was that demigod Arthur didn't touch the Zerg world's interests on Warstar. Warstar's resources continued to flow into the insectoid world, and the Queen Mother relied on these resources to control all the legend and demigod insectoid. Through the legend and demigod insectoids, she continued to control the insectoid world. Although the Zerg God-ranked beings didn't show themselves, there was no internal chaos. The days passed, and the Zerg world maintained a strange peace. Aside from the upper echelons of the Zerg race, ordinary Zergs didn't know what was happening. The rest of the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation were even more unaware. The Interstellar Federation, on the other hand, was in an uproar over the news of General David becoming a god. Many reporters wanted to interview General David, but they either didn't have the right or couldn't find General David. Even if he wanted to interview the heavenly Queen Emma, he was stopped. Let alone these reporters, even Emma herself didn't know what was going on. Why had the familiar David suddenly become a god? Emma didn't know what to do. Emma didn't immediately contact David. She was worried that it would affect David's cultivation. News of General David becoming a god also reached the great world of God, causing an intense reaction in the great world of God. Perhaps the people of the Interstellar Federation couldn't understand how difficult it was to become a god, but the people of the great world of God knew very well. The great world of God only had many level 5 knights promoted to legendary knight with the help of demigod Arthur. Before this, the top nobles had worked hard for thousands of years. And this was only a legendary knight. The next level was demigod knight. Only the shrines had trained a demigod knight in tens of thousands of years. There hadn't been a single demigod knight in the past few thousand years. Of course, demigod Arthur was excluded. Demigod Arthur was also recognized by the great world of God as the genius most likely to become a god. However, no one would have thought that General David of the Interstellar Federation would become a god before demigod Arthur. This made the nobles of the great world of God marvel at General David's talent. Some people listed General David of the Interstellar Federation and demigod Arthur of the great world of God as prodigies of the two great worlds. They were both extremely young and equally talented. After the 5 great gods of the great world of God received this news, they had a special discussion. It's impossible to become a god in the Interstellar Federation. The first to speak was the god of war. The god of war had once used the fastest method to train a god in order to investigate the Interstellar Federation's situation. He had let the god invade the Interstellar Federation. In the end, the god was blasted to smithereens by the Interstellar Federation's doomsday weapon. Although the invasion was unsuccessful, the god of war had obtained detailed information about the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Federation was a desert of gods. It was impossible for a god to be born there, whether it was a god or a god. This was because the world consciousness of the Interstellar Federation strongly rejected gods. This rejection would cause any expert who wanted to become a god in the Interstellar Federation to suffer a backlash from the world consciousness. The god of justice shook his head and said, "The information should be correct. Could it be that the environment of the Interstellar Federation has changed in the past few thousand years?" The 5 great gods had investigated the Interstellar Federation 10,000 years ago after the 3 great worlds had gathered. After nearly 10,000 years, perhaps the world consciousness of the Interstellar Federation had changed due to Worcester's influence. Then, should we train another god and send it to the Interstellar Federation? The god of wealth asked. Although the great world of God only had 5 gods, it wasn't that the 5 great gods hadn't trained any gods during this time. It was just that these gods had been trained with a clear goal in mind. If there was an extremely dangerous mission, the 5 great gods would choose a demigod or a believer close to becoming a demigod to train. With enough resources, it was very easy to train a god. However, even if these gods were able to complete the mission and return safely, they would be required to fall into a deep slumber, unable to spread their faith in the great world of God. Let's wait until we've dealt with the evil gods of the twilight of the gods before we investigate the Interstellar Federation. This time, the evil gods of the twilight of the gods should be at their wits' end. Who knows what they might do? The god of knowledge reminded them. Chapter 1292. Lieutenant Colonel Frank's hovercar was parked on the helipad on the rooftop of Emma's villa. As Emma's brother, Major Frank was one of the few people who could get close to the villa. "Brother, you came at the right time. Let's eat together." Emma stood on the rooftop and smiled at Lieutenant Colonel Frank. Lieutenant Colonel Frank was only a first lieutenant a few years ago. Even with the help of his family, he couldn't be promoted to lieutenant colonel in a few years. A large part of the reason why he could be promoted to lieutenant colonel was because of Emma's relationship with General David. Just one day after the news of General David becoming a god spread throughout the Federation Army, Frank received the news of his promotion. He was promoted from major to lieutenant colonel. This was definitely an exceptional promotion for an officer who didn't have any military achievements and hadn't reached the age limit for promotion. Lieutenant Colonel Frank knew this very well. He came this time to meet Emma and thank her in person. Even if they were siblings, this kind of help needed to be paid a visit. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Frank wanted to meet General David the most. However, he knew that General David hadn't come back yet. "Emma, can you contact General David? My promotion this time is extremely important. I want to thank him in person." Lieutenant Colonel Frank still had a glimmer of hope as he asked Emma. Being promoted to lieutenant general at Lieutenant Colonel Frank's age meant that he had a high chance of becoming a general, especially when he had General David as his backer. "It's nothing important. Don't contact David for now. He just got promoted and probably needs a long time to stabilize himself. Don't disturb him," Emma said as she led Lieutenant Colonel Frank into the villa. "Indeed, it's nothing important." Lieutenant Colonel Frank shrugged helplessly. When Lieutenant Colonel Frank entered the villa, he glanced at the security guards nearby and his gaze froze. As a peak Kaji, Lieutenant Colonel Frank saw that although the security guard was standing on the ground, His feet weren't actually touching the ground. Instead, they were a few centimeters off the ground. "Is that the bodyguard General David sent to you?" Lieutenant Colonel Frank asked Emma softly. "Yes, there are a total of 12 bodyguard. These bodyguards are like robots. They don't need to rest and protect the villa 24/7. Emma introduced with a smile. The corner of Lieutenant Colonel Frank's mouth twitched. In his opinion, this bodyguard's strength was at least transcendent. General David actually sent 12 transcendent bodyguards to Emma. This protection was too. Even the President of the Federation didn't have this kind of protection. What Lieutenant Colonel Frank didn't know was that these 12 weren't transcendents, but rather 12 fifth-rank Temple Knights. When they arrived at the dining room, a security guard was arranging the dishes on the table. Lieutenant Colonel Frank was very surprised to see the steaming hot dishes placed on the table by the security guard. He naturally knew that these dishes were taken out from a space item. What he didn't expect was that even the dishes were arranged by powerful security guards. This was the first time Lieutenant Colonel Frank came to this villa. He had spent a lot of time in the military and Emma's previous occupation was extremely busy. The brother and sister sat down. Lieutenant Colonel Frank sniffed the dishes on the table. Although he didn't eat them, he already knew that these dishes were absolutely delicious. "Big brother, this is David's cooking. It can be stored in a space ring for a long time. Now that I've gotten used to David's dishes, other dishes are a bit unpalatable," Emma said with a face full of happiness. Lieutenant Colonel Frank looked at Emma's expression and silently tasted a mouthful. Then, he was immersed in the delicious taste and didn't have time to speak. After the meal, the two sat on the sofa in the living room. Lieutenant Colonel Frank was still reminiscing about the dishes just now. Lieutenant Colonel Frank wasn't an ignorant person. On the contrary, his family was definitely one of the top families in the Elydia Star region. However, he felt that the so-called delicacies he had seen before could be thrown away in comparison to today's dishes. General David, as the Federation's vice commander and the newest God-class expert, had personally cooked for Emma. Although he couldn't personally accompany Emma, he was using this method to make up for Emma. Lieutenant Colonel Frank was a little envious of Emma's luck to have found such a good boyfriend. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he first met David. At that time, David was only a genius with the title of Invincible in the Kaji level. In terms of family status, David couldn't compare to him at all. But now, the entire family relied on David's identity. "Send a heartwarming lotus seed soup to brother," Emma ordered the Temple Knight beside her. She then turned to Lieutenant Colonel Frank and said, "This heartwarming lotus seed soup was specially ordered by David. It has the effect of beautifying and nourishing one's health. However, you can't drink too much of it. It needs to be prepared by the security." The heartwarming lotus seed soup was a dessert David gave Emma to drink on a daily basis. However, because the effect of the heartwarming lotus seed soup was too good, normal people had to pay attention to the amount. Therefore, the heartwarming lotus seed soup needed to be prepared by the Temple Knight in case Emma's body couldn't take it. The Temple Knight in charge of security glanced at Lieutenant Colonel Frank. Lieutenant Colonel Frank felt a chill all over his body. It was as if there were no secrets left. The Temple Knight took out a bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup from his space ring and placed it in front of Lieutenant Colonel Frank. "It seems like there are more lotus seeds than when I drank it," Emma said with a smile. Lieutenant Colonel Frank didn't hold back in front of his sister. He picked up the heartwarming lotus seed soup and drank it. As soon as the heartwarming lotus seed soup entered his mouth, Lieutenant Colonel Frank lost his composure. Gentle energy began to circulate in his body. This heartwarming lotus seed soup was a top-notch treasure for level 5 Temple Knights even in the world of gods. After limiting the amount, the effect it brought to Lieutenant Colonel Frank's body was still very amazing. Lieutenant Colonel Frank felt the energy in his body rapidly increase. Soon, Kaji's bottleneck was broken and he entered the transformation stage. This transformation stage usually took a long time. Some took months, some even years. During this time, large amounts of resources were needed to maintain the transformation. However, the heartwarming lotus seed soup was effective even for a temple knight. For a little Kaji, it was an unimaginable resource. Lieutenant Colonel Frank felt an earth-shattering change in his body. The gentle energy was like a flood, and the transformation stage passed in just a few minutes. Emma saw Lieutenant Colonel Frank suddenly stop moving after drinking the heartwarming lotus seed soup. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Luckily, Lieutenant Colonel Frank didn't look like he was in pain. Emma waited for a bit. She had already made up her mind. If Lieutenant Colonel Frank's situation wasn't right, she would immediately contact David. Under Emma's nervous gaze, Lieutenant Colonel Frank slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, his body involuntarily left the ground. "Brother, you've become a transcendent," Emma exclaimed. Emma knew very well that her brother wasn't a genius like David. Or rather, there wasn't a second David in the entire Interstellar Federation. Lieutenant Colonel Frank was a Kaji who worked hard to improve himself. To have the strength of a peak Kaji at his age was already very difficult. However, Lieutenant Colonel Frank suddenly broke through the Kaji rank and became a transcendent. This made Emma very surprised. "Emma, the effect of this heartwarming lotus seed soup is too scary." Lieutenant Colonel Frank controlled his body to stand back on the ground. He wasn't used to his current state, but his attention was on the small empty bowl in front of him. He exclaimed, "Brother, you're saying that you've become a transcendent because of this heartwarming lotus seed soup?" Emma asked in disbelief. She drank the heartwarming lotus seed soup almost every day. Firstly, the heartwarming lotus seed soup was simply too delicious, surpassing the other dishes. Secondly, the heartwarming lotus seed soup had beautifying effects. Emma didn't even need to put on makeup now. Her skin was whiter and more supple than other female celebrities after makeup. Yes, this heartwarming lotus seed soup can create a transcendent, Lieutenant Colonel Frank said with certainty. Lieutenant Colonel Frank had personally experienced the tyranny of the heartwarming lotus seed soup. With its unreasonable tyrannical energy, it directly pushed him, a peak Kaji rank, to a low transcendent rank. As for the probability of Kaji becoming a transcendent, as well as the various uncertainties of the feeling of metamorphosis, under the gentle impact of the heartwarming lotus seed soup, it all ended before it could happen. Lieutenant Colonel Frank could guarantee that this heartwarming lotus seed soup could create a transcendent in the military. Emma couldn't help but start calculating in her heart. The heartwarming lotus seed soup she'd already drunk was equivalent to one less transcendent. This heartwarming lotus seed soup must be very precious, right? Lieutenant Colonel Frank continued to ask. Emma probably didn't have a lot of heartwarming lotus seed soup with such an effect. Lieutenant Colonel Frank was very grateful for his sister's concern. "The heartwarming lotus seed soup David left behind is enough for me to drink for another 2 years. He said he'll prepare more for me after I finish it." Emma answered her brother's question honestly. At this moment, Emma's heart was filled with great joy. The heartwarming lotus seed soup David secretly gave her was actually this precious. She could feel David's deep love. Lieutenant Colonel Frank didn't know what to say at this moment. What other people pursued for their entire lives was just a beautifying meal for his sister. "Brother, why did you come this time?" Emma saw that Lieutenant Colonel Frank's expression was a bit strange, so she changed the topic and asked. "I originally came this time to tell you about my promotion to Lieutenant Colonel, but it's nothing now," Lieutenant Colonel Frank said helplessly with a bitter smile. Lieutenant Colonel Frank came this time to ask Emma to convey her gratitude to David, but now he owed even more. As for the rank of Lieutenant Colonel Frank was now a transcendent. He could apply for the rank of Major General at any time. Of course, if he wanted to become an actual Major General, He didn't need to apply for the rank of Transcendent Major General. Lieutenant Colonel Frank didn't have a choice before, but now he had a choice. Even if he didn't stay in the military, his transcendent status was enough to give him an extremely special position when he returned to society. Lieutenant Colonel Frank didn't ask for the heartwarming lotus seed soup. In fact, he was prepared not to mention anything about the heartwarming lotus seed soup when he got back. David could give this kind of precious item to Emma, but it didn't mean that David could give it to others. Without David's permission, Lieutenant Colonel Frank didn't want David to dislike him. In addition, once the effect of the heartwarming lotus seed soup was announced, it would definitely cause the Interstellar Federation to go crazy. That would bring unnecessary trouble to Emma. Emma, about the effect of the heartwarming lotus seed soup, don't mention it to anyone. You better not serve it to your friends in the future. Lieutenant Colonel Frank thought about it and still reminded her worriedly. Okay, I know. Emma was still in a state of great happiness, so she didn't pay too much attention to Lieutenant Colonel Frank's words. Emma didn't have many real friends. Let alone a friend who could make her take out the heartwarming lotus seed soup. She didn't even have a friend who could make her serve David's dishes. Other than Emma's own family, who else had the right to enjoy the dishes made by the Federation's deputy commander? Lieutenant Colonel Frank bade farewell to Emma and boarded the hovercraft with boundless joy and excitement. At the same time, in the Federation President's office, President Peter met with Minister of Justice Joshua. Minister Joshua, the Federation's laws need to add an article about God. This matter will be drafted by the Ministry of Justice and then submitted to the ministerial meeting for discussion. President Peter looked at Minister Joshua's solemn face and said in a deep voice, President Peter, the law is sacred and cannot be violated. The Federation's laws have a history of tens of thousands of years. They will only interpret one article and not add another. I cannot agree to your request. Minister Joshua stood up straight and said firmly. Minister Joshua naturally knew what President Peter meant. Everyone in the government knew that General David had become a god. But to change the law for General David and legally recognize General David as a god was something Minister Joshua could not accept. The laws used by the Ministry of Justice had been decided tens of thousands of years ago and had never been changed. This was the principle that the Ministry of Justice had always upheld. President Peter's face darkened. He knew how his predecessor had been removed from office. One could offend anyone in the Interstellar Federation, but never General David. President Peter hoped that this matter would be settled as soon as possible so that General David would feel his goodwill, and not that General David would feel that the government didn't value him. Minister Joshua, if you don't have the ability to add another article, then I will suggest to the ministerial meeting that you resign and let someone more suitable be the Minister of Justice. President Peter said in a deep voice. Chapter 1293. In the face of Minister Joshua's forcefulness, President Peter was even more forceful. President Peter also believed that the ministers in the Council of Ministers would be on his side, because he had Grand Marshal André and General David on his side. Minister Joshua's expression was furious. The law that had not been broken in 10,000 years would not be changed in his hand. If that happened, he would be recorded in the history of justice in a humiliating way, and that was something he could not accept. President Peter, as long as I am the Minister of Justice, don't you dare think of changing the law regarding God class. Minister Joshua said in the most confident tone. Then I'll see you at the Council of Ministers. Leave now. President Peter was also furious, pointing at the office door. Minister Joshua turned around and left. He slammed the door shut, revealing his current mood. The next day's Council of Ministers was unexpectedly harmonious, except for Minister Joshua, because the first topic of discussion was to remove Minister Joshua from his position in the Ministry of Justice. All the ministers approved this topic, and the President signed the resolution. Minister Joshua was escorted out of the Council of Ministers in the 10th minute of the meeting, and the new Minister of Justice was confirmed. It was rare for the Federation government to operate so quickly. In fact, the other ministers knew that when it came to General David, none of them wanted to delay this matter. The new Federation law was written by the new Minister of Justice, and the main content was to give God-class individuals a special and noble status. Of course, everyone knew that this special and noble status belonged to General David. Ever since the Interstellar Federation was formed, General David was the only God-class individual. Perhaps in the tens of thousands of years to come, General David would be the only God-class individual. The new law was announced to all citizens of the Interstellar Federation on Skynet 10 days later. This law had nothing to do with normal citizens, or even the privileged, so it did not receive much opposition during the announcement period. This was especially true for the large forces and organizations, as well as the military and the government, who unanimously supported the new law. A month after the announcement, the new law was officially implemented. In the Zerg world, David received the new law through Bishop Ironside's Level 5 clone in the Interstellar Federation safe zone. At the same time, his identity bracelet also had new authority. The law clearly stated the position of God-class individuals in the Interstellar Federation. This position was equivalent to the President of the Federation and the Grand Marshal of the Federal High Command, just without real power. Compared to the previous laws, the most special one was that any act of insulting a God-class individual was illegal. The law only stated the direction of the law's direction. The important part was the interpretation of the law. This would not be made public, and one had to check it out. David saw that the punishment for insulting a celestial being ranged from 1 year to life imprisonment. Such a huge difference in punishment was unprecedented in the federal law. General David's identity bracelet was kept in Ironside's Level 5 Bishop's clone. The authority of the identity bracelet was also the highest in the Federation. In short, although General David was still the Vice Marshal of the Federal High Command, his social status had reached the top of the Federation. Unless he wanted to become the President of the Federation or the Grand Marshal of the Federation, there was no way for him to rise any further. Most importantly, the Federation President and the Federation Grand Marshal had a term of office, but David's identity was lifelong, or perhaps eternal. This was because the lifespan of a God-class individual was eternal to ordinary people, and David had achieved immortality. A smile appeared on David's face. The Interstellar Federation was the first world he had arrived in. Now, the Interstellar Federation was the same as the insectoid world, completely accepting him and becoming a safe place. The difference was that the insectoid world had been secured by David's threat of military force, while the Interstellar Federation had been accepted by the Interstellar Federation only after he had used countless military exploits and massacred countless people to display his strength and deterrence, gaining a great reputation. The reason why everyone, from the Federation President to the various major organizations, could accept General David's privileged status in the eyes of the law was because he had always shown disregard for authority. Although he had become the Vice Marshal, through his many deeds, these people could confirm that General David did not place much importance on military authority, leaving all matters to his subordinates to handle. He had never even done the normal thing of making friends with the other vice marshals, which made General David very isolated from the other vice marshals. In addition, General David's public appearances in the Federation were very short. His favorite thing to do was not to fight for power, but to go into seclusion. Unless someone provoked General David, the consequences would be very serious. President Peter and the various major organizations had professional psychological analysts who had studied General David. The conclusion was that if they maintained a normal relationship with General David and did not do anything against General David, they would not have to worry about General David's threat. Of course, the Interstellar Federation had a device that could detect the aura of gods. This made it difficult for David to bring his God-class avatars into the Interstellar Federation. This was not a big problem. After all, if anything happened in the Federation, a God-class avatar would be enough to solve any problems. Recently, David had been training and strengthening his forces. The 5 God-class avatars had now broken through to God-class. They only needed to use their godly power to strengthen themselves using the path of shepherding inheritance. This method of strengthening oneself was far less exhausting than the bug race's method of directly absorbing godly power. As for the 5 God-class avatars using the same Emperor inheritance pattern, it would not have much of an impact. With the 4 royal-level inheritance runes and the fact that the half-body Spider Emperor's avatar had recently recovered its strength, it could share an royal-level inheritance rune with the Titan Golden-Armored Emperor's avatar and the Blade Mantis Emperor's avatar. David wanted to use the 5 Emperor inheritance patterns to allow the 5 Demigod Bug Race avatars to ascend to God class. The 5 Demigod Bug Race avatars were carefully selected by the 5 God class Bug Race avatars. They were the fastest demigods to ascend to God class. The main reason for this was that David remembered what the Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Emperor had said. Out of the 5 Bug Race demigods, only 4 would become God class. Based on what the Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Emperor had said, he could deduce that there was a limit to the number of God class Bug Race avatars. If David did not use the Emperor inheritance pattern to ascend his Bug Race avatars, then the corresponding opportunity would be given to the Bug Race. Of course, he did not know that there were no more 4 slots. There was only 1 God class slot left in the Bug Race avatars. 2 months later, the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King avatar was the first to ascend to God class. It became the 10th God class Bug Race avatar to be born. Of course, the Golden-Winged Beetle King avatar had changed its name to the Golden-Winged Beetle Emperor avatar, according to the Bug Race's custom. It was probably the first time there were 2 God-class Bug Race avatars of the same race in the Bug Race avatar. In the past, the Bug Race had never considered the possibility of having 2 demigods with the same name. This was because the probability of an Emperor inheritance pattern appearing was too low. The possibility of it appearing in the same race was almost 0. The other Demigod King of Extreme Lightning Heavenly Scorpion, Demigod King of Ice Silkworm, Demigod King of Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly, and Demigod King of Death Chi Worm had all reached 99% energization. They were only 1 step away from breaking through the barrier from demigod to God class. However, this barrier was as tall as a mountain. In the following month, the 4 Bug Race demigod avatars kept trying to break through. However, there was no sign of a breakthrough at all. Even though David did not know the situation in the Bug Race's world, he understood that this was due to the restrictions of the Bug Race's world law. The world law did not allow too many God-class Bug Race avatars to appear. David did some calculations. Other than the avatar created by the Queen Mother, there were a total of 10 Bug Race God-class Bug Race avatars, including his own Bug Race avatar and the Golden-Winged Beetle Emperor avatar. David then thought of the 4 slots the Skyfire Illusionary Butterfly Emperor had mentioned back then. It turned out that it included the Titan Golden-Armored Emperor's clone, the Blade Mantis Emperor's clone, and the Half-Body Spider Emperor's clone. These were the 3 God-level insectoid slot. The Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Emperor did not know that the 3 Bug Race God-class Bug Race avatars had been resurrected. Therefore, it thought that the 3 Bug Race God-class Bug Race avatars had died and did not include them in the God-class slot. This made David feel very helpless. However, it was not like there was no way to solve this problem. With the experience from last time, David once again brought all of his God-tier combatants and activated the wormhole that led to the Great World of Gods safety point, returning to Planet Gammy of the Great World of Gods from the home planet of the Bug Tribe's world. Seeing David appear in the Space Destruction Shrines, the level 5 priest Kulik quickly ran over. "Great Lord, your servant obeys your orders." Kulik's eyes flashed with fanaticism as he said respectfully. David could also see that Kulik had become a fanatic. This surprised him because it was almost a miracle for a priest who had changed his faith to become a fanatic. He had noticed this last time, but at that time he thought it was just a temporary state of Kulik's level 5 priest. He did not expect that after a few months, Kulik would still be a fanatic. This meant that Kulik was a true fanatic. Kulik was also the only believer in the great world of God who believed in the God of destruction. David had no intention of spreading his faith in the great world of God. Once he spread his faith in the great world of God, it would mean that he would have a direct conflict with the 5 gods. David would not do this just for a little bit of faith. If he wanted faith power, any one of the 8 Emperor inheritance runes in the Bug Race's world would produce far more faith power than the total faith power produced in the great world of God. Activate the highest level of alert. You can use all faith power to attack any enemy that enters the range. David ordered in a deep voice. Yes, great lord. Kulik did not hesitate at all. This was the benefit of being a fanatic. He would only obey and would not have any doubts. All of the Space Destruction Shrine's sacred runes were activated. Pure white light shined brighter and brighter in the sky above planet Gamma. This light was even brighter than the light of a star. All of the drones in space that were in standby mode were also activated. They set up a surveillance network in the star field where planet Gamma was located. David knew that if he was discovered this time, there would be a huge battle. However, seeing that there were going to be 4 more god-level bug doppelgangers, it was impossible for him to stop. As long as the 4 god-level bug doppelgangers were strengthened for a period of time, and with the buff from the war god talent, their combat power would not be weak at all. Especially since these 4 godly bug avatars had ready-made template. Just by looking at the few godly bug avatars in the Bug Race's world, one could see how powerful the 4 godly bug avatars were. Although the few godly bug avatars in the Bug Race's world were suppressed by David and only dared to hide in their hives, this did not mean that the godly bug avatars were weak. It was just that David had used some tricks to steal the Emperor inheritance runes of the godly bug avatars, causing them to lose their source of energy. Without an endless supply of godly power, the godly bug avatars would be restrained and would not dare to fight with their full strength. In this situation, David's godly avatars had the advantage in numbers, so it was normal for him to suppress the godly bug avatars. Therefore, the promotion of the 4 godly bug avatars was necessary, even if it was discovered by the 5 gods of the great world of God. David summoned the godly avatars of the King of Extreme Electric Heavenly Scorpions, King of Ice Silkworms, King of Sky Fire Illusionary Butterflies, and King of Death Chi Worms. Just like the last time when the 4 demigod avatars were promoted, the godly power needed for the promotion was provided by the Space Destruction Shrines. If it was before Kulik became a fanatic, he would immediately have doubts about the God of Destruction when he saw the appearance of the 4 godly bug avatars. He would wonder if the God of Destruction was colluding with the Bug Race's world and wanted to do something to the great world of God. However, the level 5 priest Kulik, who had become a fanatic, became even more fanatical after seeing the 4 demigod clones of the Zerg clan. In the eyes of the fanatic Kulik, the God of Destruction had conquered the godly bug avatars and taken them for his own use. The great God of Destruction was playing a big game of chess. David did not know what Kulik was thinking. Actually, Kulik's imagination was not bad, at least it was in the right direction. The God of Destruction had not only conquered the godly bug avatars, but he had also conquered the entire Bug Race's world. Even the godly bug avatars had to stick together to barely survive. Chapter 1294. The Demigod King of Extreme Electric Heavenly Scorpion Clone, the Demigod King of Ice Silkworm Clone, the Demigod King of Skyfire Illusionary Butterfly Clone, and the Demigod King of Death Chi Worm Clone stood in the void beside the shrines of space destruction. David's divine telekinesis was scattered throughout their bodies. David felt the suppression of the God Big World. Fortunately, the God Big World's 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 Big World. Also, David did not know how much suppression a demigod that was not accepted by the great world of God would experience if they were promoted to God tier in the great world of God. However, he was not too worried. Even in the harsh environment of the Interstellar Federation's great world, the God tier clones had successfully promoted. Of course, when the God tier clones promoted to demigod, they did so in the Interstellar Federation. Demigods were also recognized by the will of the great world of the Interstellar Federation. Of course, this operation was risky, but David wanted to give it a try. With the indestructible life force, even if the promotion failed, he was confident that he could protect the 4 demigod clones of the Bug Tribe. As for why he did not try using one of the demigod clones of the Bug Tribe, compared to the risk of failure, David was more worried about being discovered by the 5 gods of the great world of God. Concentrating on one risk could also reduce the chances of being discovered by the 5 god. David thought for a moment. To be safe, he waved his hand, and the divine artifact, Stalker Crown and Phantom Necklace, both flew into a rune formation of the Space Annihilation Temple. This divine pattern magic circle could amplify the effects of the divine weapons. Under the effect of the divine pattern magic circle, the 2 divine weapons could hide the presence of the gods to a certain extent. The reason David did this was to prevent the god of war from tracking down the moment the 4 god-level clones finished their advancement from happening again. The demigod king of extreme electric heavenly scorpion clone, king of ice silkworm clone, king of skyfire illusionary butterfly clone, and king of death chi worm clone had all been stuck at the edge of promotion for a month. They had to endure the injection of godly power from the Emperor Inheritance rune every day. This was more than what the 4 demigod clones had accumulated before their promotion. Therefore, when David released the 4 demigod clones of the Bug Tribe and injected godly power into them through the Shrines of Space Destruction and Space Destruction, almost at the same time, the energy conversion ratio of the 4 demigod clones went from 99% to 100%. From the void, 4 terrifying energies descended upon the 4 insectoid demigod avatars, forming 4 pillars of light that enveloped the 4 insectoid demigod avatars. When David felt the energy in the 4 pillars of light, he felt his scalp tingle. The 4 pillars of light were at least as strong as the attack of a high-tier god. In just a breath's time, the 4 demigod clones' carapaces were torn apart. If it weren't for David's energy wings, which allowed him to inject a large amount of indestructible life force into the bodies of the 4 insectoid demigod avatars, the 4 insectoid demigod avatars wouldn't have lasted even one breath. David's face turned pale. He did not expect the great world of God to react so violently to a demigod ascending to God from another world. The carapaces of the 4 demigod clones had been destroyed by the pillars of light. The light gold blood was vaporized by the pillars of light before it could even flow out. With the speed of the 4 pillars of light, the 4 demigod clones would be completely destroyed in 3 breaths' time. David had no choice but to increase the supply of indestructible life force. He had the indestructible life force envelop the hearts and brains of the 4 demigod clones. These were the 2 vital points of the Bug Tribe demigod clones. As for the rest of their bodies, he could only let the 4 demigod clones absorb the indestructible life force on their own to recover. The 4 gigantic bug bodies were shrinking rapidly. Time was passing by, one breath at a time. At that moment, the 4 demigod clones could no longer be seen in their original form. They had become 4 light gold blobs of flesh. Furthermore, these 4 pale golden balls of flesh were shrinking at an extremely fast speed, especially the brain, which could already be seen under the protection of the water-like, undying life force. It could be said that if the bug tribe demigod clones' bodies had not been energized to 100% and had the indestructible life force to maintain their life force, the 4 demigod clones would have died long ago. After 5 breaths' time, David's mind felt extreme pain from the 4 demigod clones. He almost lost his mind. Fortunately, he shut off the transmission of the pain in time to stabilize his mind. David could only hope that the great world will of the great world of God would be merciful. He did not intend to kill them 100% of the time. Instead, he hoped that there would be a chance of survival. The great world of God's great world will's annihilation ray was an extremely powerful attack. Only the great world will of the great world of God, which had given birth to many gods and god-level beings, could unleash such an attack. This was not even the great world of God's great world will's most powerful attack. The more terrifying attack was directly used on god-level beings. It was enough to destroy a high-tier god-level being. This was also why the 5 gods did not dare to rashly break the godly agreement with David. The 5 gods could not guarantee what kind of punishment the great world of God's great world will use. If the great world will of the great world of God chose the most ruthless method, it would definitely be catastrophic destruction. Of course, the annihilation ray was also catastrophic destruction for a god-level being who had just ascended and had yet to complete his godly body. However, David had used an endless supply of indestructible life force to barely keep the 4 demigod clones alive. After 9 breaths' time, the annihilation ray was about to break through the protection of the indestructible life force. After all, the indestructible life force was not defensive but healing. It was also at this moment that the 4 annihilation rays disappeared at the same time, leaving behind 4 pale golden blobs of flesh in the void. The 4 pale golden blobs of flesh were madly absorbing the godly power from the shrines of space destruction. The pale golden color was constantly darkening, and the parts of their bodies that had disappeared were rapidly regenerating under the effects of the godly power and indestructible life force. David let out a long sigh of relief. In just 9 breaths' time, he had displayed how terrifying the great world will of the great world of God was. His heart, which had been slightly inflated by the fact that he had so many god-level and god-level beings, cooled down at this moment. David secretly warned himself that he had to treat any great world with respect. He did not want to die at the hands of the enemy but instead be killed by the great world's backlash. After a minute, the 4 pale golden blobs of flesh returned to their original appearances of the king of extreme electric heavenly scorpions, the king of ice silkworms, the king of skyfire illusionary butterflies, and the king of death chi worms. Under the effects of the godly power, their bug bodies began to expand, and they quickly became 300 meters tall giant. David could sense that the king of extreme electric heavenly scorpions, the king of ice silkworms, the king of skyfire illusionary butterflies, and the king of death chi worms had all successfully evolved, becoming the king of extreme electric heavenly scorpions, the king of ice silkworms, the king of skyfire illusionary butterflies, and the king of death chi worms. As soon as the 4 bug tribe god-level clones finished their ascension, he put them away into his little world in his soul space without any hesitation. However, David felt that something was off. He did not expect the great world will of the great world of God to want to kill the 4 god-level insect clones. The energy generated during that time definitely broke through the concealment ability of the space destruction shrines. Why did the god of war not appear? David put the 4 god-level insect clones away for the sake of the possibility of the god of war appearing. What David did not know was that the god of war had indeed sensed the abnormality in the outer space of planet Gamma. However, the god of war hesitated this time. The god of war's main body had made a move last time because it was unexpected. He believed that the demigod Arthur would not know that he was going there with his main body. However, it was different this time. The demigod Arthur caused a huge commotion at the same place, so the god of war did not have much time to think. Although the god of war's main body was extremely powerful, he also understood that the three god-level underlings of the demigod Arthur were able to fight him to a standstill. Moreover, the demigod Arthur might still have hidden powers. If the demigod Arthur had set up a trap, the god of war would be surrounded and attacked. He might even die. Therefore, the god of war did not open the gate of faith to travel to planet Gami immediately. Instead, he contacted the other four gods, who summoned their respective oracles. In the four main shrines, the four oracles performed God's descent. The god of justice, god of wealth, god of knowledge, and god of earth descended to the human world through God's descent. The four gods' descent arrived at the shrines of war through the portal. Here, the god of war descended on Archbishop McIntyre's body. The archbishop's body was modified to be able to withstand God's descent. However, if there was a god's war, Archbishop McIntyre's body would be greatly damaged. However, to the god of war, Archbishop McIntyre's injuries were nothing. At most, he would waste some god's power and change an archbishop. The god of war's descent opened the gate of faith. Fortunately, he performed this theurgy in the shrines of war and did not use the god's descent. Otherwise, Archbishop McIntyre's body would have been greatly damaged even before the battle. The god's descent of the five gods entered the gate of faith and appeared outside of the space destruction shrines of planet Gami. David thought that the god of war would not come again. However, just as he was about to leave, the gate of faith appeared and the god's descent of the five gods appeared. Greetings to the god of war, the god of justice, the god of wealth, the god of earth, and the god of knowledge. David flew to the edge of the space destruction shrines and bowed to the five gods. The god of war saw that only David was there and thought that he was overthinking. He released his senses and immediately discovered the auras of Bug Clan god-level experts. Moreover, they were the auras of four Bug Clan god-level experts. The god of war was not the only one who discovered it. The other four gods also discovered it and their faces turned pale. They all knew that the demigod Arthur had special space abilities or a special space tunnel that could connect to the Zerg world. Otherwise, how could the demigod Arthur summon the Zerg god-level Zerg beings from the Zerg world to the great world of God to help him in battle? However, the five gods did not want the demigod Arthur to secretly bring the Zerg god-level Zerg beings into the great world of God. Due to the holy text agreement, they did not immediately take action. Demigod Arthur, I hope you understand that this is the great world of God. It is our world of faith. I do not wish for the Zerg god-level Zerg beings to appear in the great world of God. The god of war said in a low voice. The god of war did not expect that the four Zerg god-level Zerg beings that appeared just now had just become gods here. This was because the god of war knew that life forms from other worlds could not become gods in the great world of God. They would be crazily attacked by the great world of God's will. I am just entertaining a few Zerg god-level friends. I did not expect your reaction to be so big. The great world of God is also my hometown. I can guarantee that the Zerg god-level Zerg beings that I have invited will not endanger the safety of the great world of God. David replied with a smile. Now, he was very confident. With the bodies of these five gods and without the help of the space shrines, they could not even defeat Sui Xiong himself, not to mention that he had all his god-level clones with him. In addition, David had just experienced how terrifying the great world of God's will was. He did not believe that the god of war and the other four gods would fall out with him because of this matter. Demigod Arthur, there is a limit to our patience with you. It is not impossible to break the holy text agreement, but there is a price to pay. You have crossed the line. We will punish you even if we have to pay the price. The God of Knowledge said, I will be more careful in the future. I hope you can forgive me. David did not continue to challenge the patience of the 5 gods. He bowed and said, The bodies of the 5 gods looked at each other. They all understood that they were only here to check out the situation. If they wanted to fight with demigod Arthur with their bodies of God, perhaps the black dragon Alexis on demigod Arthur's shoulder could destroy them with a single breath. Even if the 5 gods were to break the holy text agreement at all costs, they would still need to mobilize a large number of space shrines to deal with demigod Arthur. Otherwise, the 5 gods would have to come personally. The god of war's body was still very strong in self-defense, but the other 4 gods did not want to use their bodies to fight. This was the foundation that allowed them to survive as winners from the Age of Gods until now. Unless it was a last resort, the 4 gods would never use their bodies to fight. Chapter 1295. David sent away the bodies of the 5 gods. He also understood that from now on, his relationship with the 5 gods would not be the same as before. Of course, he did not have a good relationship with the 5 gods in the past, but the 5 gods had no choice but to compromise because of the current situation. Now that the threat of the bug world had temporarily disappeared, the remaining twilight of the gods was not a threat in the eyes of the 5 gods. Therefore, the 5 gods' attitude towards David had changed. Even if David did not do anything, such a change would have happened, but it would not have surfaced on the surface. David, on the other hand, did not care about the attitude of the 5 deities. Instead, he revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This time, he had successfully gained 4 more bug tribe god-tier clones. Since then, he had as many as 9 god-level bug tribe god-level subordinate. In addition to the 5 god-level clones and the black dragon Alexis, he had a total of 15 god-level subordinate. David returned to the bug race world. When he released the clones of the Extreme Electric Scorpion Emperor, Ice Silkworm Emperor, Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Emperor, and Death Chi Worm Emperor, he felt the suppression from the bug race world through his mind. This suppression reduced the strength of the clones of the Extreme Electric Scorpion Emperor, Ice Silkworm Emperor, Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Emperor, and Death Chi Worm Emperor by about 20%, but the effect was not great. Gods were different from gods. Gods mainly relied on their divine bodies to fight, so the effect was much smaller than gods in the other world. Another piece of good news came. The Cube Super AI system had redesigned the 8 Emperor-level runes based on the rune formation knowledge from the Road of Shepherding Inheritance. David received the news and went to the underground base. He turned on the screen, and the Cube Super AI system projected the relevant results on the screen. A new gigantic divine runic array appeared on the light screen. This was a divine runic array formed by 8 nodes. The function of this divine rune formation was to gather the divine power produced by the 8 royal inheritance runes and form a divine power training area. In the future, there would be no need to constantly redistribute the Emperor-level inheritance runes. As long as the 8 Emperor-level inheritance runes were placed in the nodes, all the cultivators within the rune formation could use their divine power according to their own needs. There would be no unnecessary waste. One had to know that the usage rate of the royal inheritance rune wasn't high. This was because cultivation needed to be fixed, and during the period of fixing, the royal inheritance rune was in a state of waste. David's previous method was to inject the divine power into the destruction shrines when the emperor inheritance patterns were not used. However, it was not only the destruction shrines in the bug world that had enough divine power storage. Even the space destruction shrines in the great world of God, and the destruction shrines in David's small soul space had a huge amount of divine power stored. David did not have any extra destruction shrines to store divine power, so he needed to solve this problem. The design of the Cube Super AI system also considered the issue of materials. The required materials were all designed according to the materials that David had or could easily obtain. All David needed to do was to build this array on the homeworld. He did not even need to do the basic construction work himself. He gave the order, and all the godly clones began the construction work. Whether it was the bug world or the great world of God, there had never been more than 10 godly clones involved in the construction. In order to complete this huge project as quickly as possible, David even summoned Shadow God's clone from the great world of God. A godly spirit of God, had precise control over the runes, so the construction work was much easier. David almost cleared out all the materials in the dimension pendant. The godly clones processed the materials into the array base. After 10 days, a giant array appeared on the homeworld under the combined efforts of more than 10 godly clones and godly spirit. This rune formation had a radius of 10,000 meters, and the 8 clones with the Emperor-level inheritance runes flew out of their bodies and into the 8 nodes of the rune formation. Within the 10,000-meter radius array, the 8 nodes shone with a golden divine power light. The golden divine power light then flowed through the lines of the array. The lines were very thick due to the materials used. The cube's super AI system had used normal materials to replace what should have been extremely rare materials. This made the thin rune lines much thicker. However, it was fine to use it on such a large array. It did not affect the activation of the array. As more and more lines lit up in the divine pattern array, the divine pattern array began to truly operate. First, an energy shield covered in strange runes rose from the array. The energy shield with the golden runes kept expanding until it covered the entire homeworld. Only a deity would be able to break through this energy shield, and it would take a long time to do so. Of course, that was not the main purpose of the energy shield. The main purpose of the energy shield was to replace the atmosphere and isolate the homeworld from the outside world. When the array was designed, it included the runes to generate the necessary gas for survival. With enough divine power, the runes would keep releasing the gas to the homeworld. Homeworld was originally a planet without any living conditions, but to David, who had the inheritance of the path of shepherding, as long as he had enough divine power, modifying the homeworld would be a piece of cake. The main purpose of the giant array was to create a training environment. Large amounts of divine power would be gathered inside the array and restrained there. David's 9 godly clones and 5 godly clones all entered the array. If they did not cultivate the original Emperor inheritance pattern, their divine power would be wasted. The divine power produced by the Emperor inheritance pattern would be gathered inside the array, so it would be fine if they did not use it for the time being. Plus, the homeworld was not without offensive abilities. The statues of the destruction shrines in the underground base could be controlled by David at any time in any world. Using the giant array on the surface and the divine spell array of the shrines of destruction, David could unleash a deadly divine spell on any enemy that dared to approach the homeworld. With the support of the 8 Emperor inheritance patterns, even godly beings could not get close to the homeworld. Otherwise, they would die on the spot. The amount of godly power produced by the 8 Emperor rank inheritance runes was enough for 8 godly ranks to expend. When the godly power produced by the 8 Emperor rank inheritance runes were combined to activate a godly skill, the power was unimaginable. The cube's super AI system was operating the construction robots to modify the homeworld. David's plan was to modify the homeworld into a place where he could live in the bug world. This could not be helped. The great world of God and the Interstellar Federation both had ways to detect the presence of God. Only the bug world could gather so many godly beings without being discovered. In 10 days, the super array was completed. After that, it was time for the godly clones to train. David and Black Dragon Alexis did not absorb the divine power produced by the Emperor inheritance pattern. David had found his own path. His current strength was built on the foundation of the destruction law. He did not want to rely on the belief of the bug race. If he relied on the Emperor inheritance pattern, once the bug race was destroyed, his power would become unstable and even decline. This was not the result David wanted. His vision was already very high. He no longer only saw what was in front of him. He saw his own future. Black Dragon Alexis had the pride of a giant dragon. He also didn't want to rely on the insectoid. Plus, he already had a mature training method, so the Emperor-level inheritance rune wouldn't give him too much of a boost. Abandoning his pride for the sake of a small increase in strength was something that Alexis disdained to do. David did not feel that there was anything magical about his experiment. He only proposed a direction, and the cube's super AI system carried out targeted research. However, in his opinion, there was nothing magical about the giant array. To a certain extent, it contained the true essence of the three great worlds. The Emperor inheritance pattern was the foundation of the bug world. The array was the great world of God's method of using the power of faith. It was the domain of the gods. The Interstellar Federation's Super AI system was the one that combined the Emperor inheritance pattern and the array. With the Super AI system's powerful calculation and analysis ability, it could find the most correct one among the countless possibilities. Of course, this huge rune formation didn't necessarily have to bind the 8 Emperor-class inheritance runes. When David needed them, the 8 Emperor-class inheritance runes would return to their respective owners' bodies. The giant array could still rely on the divine power stored inside to continue operating. As long as the 8 Emperor inheritance patterns were returned to their original places before the divine power was used up, it would be fine. All the god-level clones were cultivating according to the path of shepherding, and David's demigod body was also steadily increasing in energization. The spirit race now occupied the small world of the soul space, the training space of the divine item space card, and the small world of the shadow god clone. The number of fruits produced was extremely large. David's own resources were only the best ones produced by the spirit race. He did not need to worry about training resources at all. When he took in the spirit race, he did not expect to receive such benefits. This was also the reason why David didn't need to rely on the huge rune formation or the Emperor-level inheritance rune. It was because he had an endless supply of cultivation resources that he could cultivate at full capacity. Although the Black Dragon Alexis was huge, it also had a sufficient supply of phase. David could feel his half-god body's energization progress every day. He thought that these training days would continue forever. However, 3 months after the giant array on Homeworld was activated, he received news from the Forest Mother Goddess. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods, was extremely safe because there were 11 statues and a large number of ancient formations set up when the headquarters was built. The 5 shrines knew about the existence of the Twilight of the Gods, but they had not been able to find its exact location for tens of thousands of years. Bishop Graydon came to the main hall of the Twilight of the Gods with a serious expression. The hall was a little strange today. Normally, there would be several level 5 bishops gathered here. On one hand, there were several level 5 bishops guarding the hall, so they could listen to the prophecies from the statues at any time. On the other hand, it was easier to get close to the statues and receive the blessings of the gods. However, today was different. Although many 5th-grade bishops were sent out to complete the tasks assigned by the gods, there would usually be at least 2 5th-grade bishops guarding the place. Now, the 2 5th-grade bishops who were guarding the place had found an excuse to leave. Bishop Graydon was a level 5 believer of the god of death. Today, he received a prophecy from the god of death, and it was very difficult for him. The god of death's prophecy asked Bishop Graydon to blaspheme the statue of the Mother Goddess of the Forest. Although the Mother Goddess of the Forest was not very powerful, she had been worshipped by the Twilight of the Gods for tens of thousands of years. When Bishop Graydon joined the Twilight of the Gods, he was only a child. When he was young, he was taught to protect the 12 statues. He never thought that he would receive an order to blaspheme the statues one day. The mother goddess of the forest had disappeared for a long time. No matter how the other gods tried to contact her, she did not respond. In the end, the god of death could not take it anymore. He could not accept the fact that the weak mother goddess of the forest dared to ignore him. Therefore, he sent down a prophecy to blaspheme the statue of the mother goddess of the forest to force her to respond. The other 2 level 5 bishops and the rest of the followers left the hall, giving Bishop Graydon some space to move. Bishop Graydon stared blankly at the 11 statues. Among the 12 statues, the one that belonged to the god of shadow had collapsed. Now, he was going to blaspheme the statue of the mother goddess of the forest. Bishop Graydon took out a bottle and opened it. A foul smell came out of it. It was an extract of pig feces. Pigs were the most lowly creatures in the great world of God. They lived in feces every day and ate filthy, rotten food. They were the lowest creatures in the great world of God. The liquid extracted from pig feces had a strong corrosive effect on holy objects. Chapter 1296. Graydon carefully poured the pig feces extract onto the statue of the mother goddess of the forest. He had to be careful. If the smell of the pig feces contaminates the other statues nearby, he wouldn't be able to make up for it even if he died 100 times. When the pig feces came into contact with the statue of the mother goddess of the forest, a white light flashed on the statue. At the same time, a shrill cry of agony entered Graydon's soul. Not far away, the statue of the god of death flashed, and a protective shield appeared on Graydon's body. The god of death had cast a protective shield on Graydon through the divine will of the statue. It wasn't easy to blaspheme the statue of the god of death. The divine will of the statue was not something an ordinary believer could withstand. Light flashed on the statues one by one. The evil gods were using the statues to observe the actions of the believers of the god of death. The gods didn't stop Graydon from doing what he was doing. It was obviously the will of the god of death. More importantly, the mother goddess of the forest was too weak. Coupled with the fact that they had lost contact with her, they wanted to use this opportunity to threaten the mother goddess of the forest. In the small world of the mother goddess of the forest didn't pay attention to the divine will inside the statue of the twilight of the gods for a long time. She didn't even care if she lost the divine will. The mother goddess of the forest was very happy right now. Every day, she would do her favorite things like planting and making divine weapons. She didn't have to worry about the dangers of battle or her future survival. She looked at the rich power of faith in the small world. It was enough for her to squander as much as she wanted. Just as the mother goddess of the forest was making low-level divine weapons with demigod-grade materials, she suddenly felt a strong sense of anger from afar. The mother goddess of the forest communicated with the divine will and immediately understood what was happening. She didn't expect the twilight of the gods to blaspheme her statue. To be honest, the mother goddess of the forest didn't reveal any information about the twilight of the gods to Arthur, even though she knew that the demigod had the combat strength of a powerful divine dragon, like the black dragon Alexis. The mother goddess of the forest was still thinking about the many years she had spent with the other gods. Although the gods had exploited her before her slumber, and did the same after her awakening, she was still protected. At the very least, she was still alive, which made her very grateful to the other gods of the twilight of the gods. Today, however, the mother goddess of the forest was extremely angry. Her statue was her representative. If the statue was blaspheme, then she was blaspheme. Bishop Graydon, in particular, had used pig feces to weaken his divine sense. Although it was not enough to kill his divine sense, it was able to stimulate it. What made the mother goddess even angrier was that due to Graydon's blasphemy, the demigod-level material in her hands had a flaw. Even if it was salvaged, the quality of the divine item would be lowered. This was a task given by the demigod Arthur. It was the most important task for the mother goddess of the forest. "Since you are so heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless," the mother goddess of the forest muttered. The mother goddess of the forest contacted the demigod Arthur through a special communication method with the main gods and asked him to come. When David received the message from the mother goddess of the forest in the bug world, he immediately opened the wormhole to the safety point of the great world of gods. After arriving at Gami, he directly opened the passage to the mother goddess of the forest's small world. When David entered the small world, he saw the mother goddess of the forest standing on the side to welcome him. In order to communicate with David, the mother goddess of the forest turned into a normal human. "Master, I am very sorry. There are some things that I didn't tell you." The mother goddess of the forest bowed as soon as David appeared. David looked at the mother goddess of the forest in surprise. He didn't expect the mother goddess of the forest to tell him everything. The relationship between the main gods and the vassal gods wasn't without secret. The vassal gods relied on the main gods to complete the tasks assigned by the main god. The main gods would provide assistance to the vassal gods to the best of their abilities. The vassal gods didn't have to tell the main gods their deepest secret. They just had to promise that they wouldn't betray the main gods. "What do you want to say?" "It's fine if you don't want to say." David smiled. "Actually, I know where the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods is. I just didn't tell you because of our past relationship. Please forgive me." The mother goddess of the forest continued bowing. "The Twilight of the Gods is just a bunch of rabble. They are suppressed by the 5 gods and don't dare to appear. If they don't provoke me, I can't be bothered to deal with them," David said nonchalantly. Although the gods of the Twilight of the Gods wanted to activate the giant dragon summoning circle, this matter was handled by the 5 shrines and the Supreme Council. Ever since he had enough power, he was less worried about the return of the giant dragons. In the past few months, not to mention the 5 god-tier clones, even the 5 god-tier clones of the insectoids had a certain level of combat power. Moreover, the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods wasn't the small world of the evil gods. Even if it was destroyed, it would only cause some trouble for the evil gods. It wouldn't hurt them at all. "Master, my idol is in the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods. Since this morning, they have been using pig feces to profane my idol. This has made me unable to focus on my work. Please help me." The mother goddess of the forest bowed even more deeply. "You're saying that your idol is in the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods? Are the idols of the other gods there too?" David asked, grasping the key point. If there were idols of the gods in the Twilight of the Gods, it would be a valuable target. "Yes, the gods of the Twilight of the Gods will all leave their idols in the headquarters." The mother goddess of the forest nodded. "So you're saying that if I go to the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods, I might face the descent of the gods?" David suddenly thought of an important question and asked. Actually, the descent of the idols in the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods wouldn't exceed the strength of the legendary rank. Even if all of them combined, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Black Dragon Alexis. "I only hope that Master can help me retrieve my idol and prevent it from being profaned," the mother goddess of the forest quickly explained. "Can the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods block the presence of the gods?" David asked again. The mother goddess of the forest didn't feel troubled by David's constant questioning. Instead, she was very happy because the more David asked, the more it proved that David was planning to take action. The headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods is more like shrines that worship all the shrines of the gods. Within the range of the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods, the presence of the gods will be blocked. The mother goddess of the forest answered with certainty. "Give me a moment, I'll go gather my forces." David thought for a moment and said to the mother goddess of the forest. He didn't want to just rely on himself and the Black Dragon Alexis to break into the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods. Although the mother goddess of the forest had explained the situation there, She was too weak and wasn't in charge of fighting. He couldn't guarantee that the information she knew was complete. Besides, David wouldn't build his safety on his trust in others. Instead, he relied on his own strength to ensure his safety. David left the mother goddess of the forest's small world and immediately returned to the home planet of the bug world. He brought along his 5 god-tier clones and, after some thought, his battle form avatar. The battle form avatar was still his strongest fighting force, especially after it gained the talent ability of the god of war. It relied on its perfect battle form to produce unimaginable close combat strength. As for the 5 god-tier clones, they were all god-tier clones with the Black Dragon Divine Body. The Black Dragon Divine Body was born with extremely strong resistance to all kinds of long-range attacks. Not to mention, the divine armor and divine longswords that David had prepared for the 5 clones had greatly enhanced their strength. In less than 5 minutes, David went back and forth between the great world of God and the bug world. Mother Goddess of the Forest, tell me where the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods is. I'll go take back your statue and kill the person who blasphemed it, David said to the Mother Goddess of the Forest after returning to the small world. My lord, there are 2 ways to go to the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods. The first way is for me to directly connect with the statue's divine sense and open a portal next to the statue. You can directly descend into the main hall of the Twilight of the Gods. However, this way, you'll face all the statues and might be surrounded by their divine bodies. The other way is for me to tell you where the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods is and you can go there yourself. The Mother Goddess of the Forest suppressed her excitement and said, ever since the fall of the last main god, the Mother Goddess of the Forest had been forced to endure all the bullying. Finally, after having a new main god, another main god stood up for her. Although this main god was still very weak, his subordinates weren't weak at all. David didn't think too much about it and asked, I'll directly open the portal next to your statue. Can your portal allow god ranks to pass through? The Mother Goddess of the Forest nodded and said, yes, this portal can allow my main body to pass through. David waved his hand and summoned the 5 clones from the small world of his soul space. As for the Black Dragon Alexis, as long as he was in the great world of God, the Black Dragon Alexis would appear on his shoulder. The Mother Goddess of the Forest's eyes narrowed. She recognized the divine artifacts that the 5 clones were wearing. The divine armor and longsword were personally made by her. Most importantly, the aura of the clones was the same as demigod Arthur's. The Forest Mother Goddess recalled that demigod Arthur had said that the divine armor and longsword were prepared for the clones. However, the Mother Goddess of the Forest didn't expect that the divine armor and longsword were prepared for the 5 clones. The main body of the demigod Arthur was only a demigod, but his clones had become god ranks. The Mother Goddess of the Forest couldn't understand how this could happen. Normally, the main body would use the best resources, and then the clones would use them. Suddenly, the Mother Goddess of the Forest felt a burst of ecstasy. What kind of great existence did she rely on? When he was still a demigod, he already had the Black Dragon Alexis as his subordinate. Now, he had 5 more clones. That was a total of 6 god rank. Even the previous main god of the Mother Goddess of the Forest didn't have such power. The Mother Goddess of the Forest held back the excitement in her heart and bowed, My lord, please get ready. I'll open the portal for you. The Mother Goddess of the Forest used her divine power and her divine sense as a coordinate to open a one-way portal. In the main hall of the Twilight of the Gods, the god of death sensed the ripples of spatial energy through the divine sense of the statue. The ripples were coming from where the statue of the Mother Goddess of the Forest was desecrated. There's finally a response. If I don't force her, she won't have a response. Looks like the Mother Goddess of the Forest is about to appear. The god of death sent a silent message to the divine sense of the other statues. From the god of death's point of view, It didn't matter if the mother goddess of the forest was here to apologize or to take revenge for the desecration. This meant that the god of death's method was effective. The mother goddess of the forest couldn't tolerate the desecration of pig feces. Using pig feces to desecrate the statue of the mother goddess of the forest was an extremely despicable method, especially when used against a deity. No deity could tolerate it. However, the god of death wasn't worried. He even thought of a way to force the mother goddess of the forest. He knew the mother goddess of the forest very well and knew how weak she was. The god of death has a way. This time, we'll teach the mother goddess of the forest a big lesson and let her understand that the twilight of the gods isn't a place where she can leave as she pleases. The god of evil spirits replied through the divine sense of the statue. It's enough to teach the mother goddess of the forest a small lesson. We still need to rely on her to plant cultivation resources for us. The god of fire reminded. What's the big deal? We should have made the mother goddess of the forest hand over the location of her small world back then. This time, we must make the mother goddess of the forest sign a contract. We can't control her so loosely anymore. The god of blood said through the divine sense of the statue. Even the deities who didn't speak felt like they had the mother goddess of the forest under their control. They never thought that the mother goddess of the forest could resist. Bishop Graydon noticed the formation of the portal a little later than the rest of the gods. When he saw the portal slowly taking shape, his face turned pale. Chapter 1297. Bishop Graydon was committing blasphemy against God. Even though he was obeying the god of death's orders, he was still extremely nervous and uneasy. When he saw the portal appear, he let go of the bottle and poured out the pig feces extract. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with an indescribable smell. Bishop Graydon did not have time to care about the pig feces extract on the floor. He stared at the portal in fear. He did not even think of running away. Blasphemy against God would bring about the wrath of God. How could a mere grade 5 bishop escape the wrath of God? Bishop Graydon knew the wrath of God very well, so he did not think that he would be lucky. In a flash, 6 figures appeared in the hall. 5 clones surrounded David. On David's shoulder stood a miniature black dragon Alexis. The god of death recognized David and Black Dragon Alexis. He did not expect that the demigod Arthur and the Black Dragon Alexis would walk out of the portal opened by the Forest Mother. He did not recognize the other 5 god-level beings, but their auras were strangely similar to the demigod Arthur's. The first thing David saw was the statue of the Mother Goddess of the Forest. Bishop Graydon was standing in front of the statue. He casually cleaned up the blasphemy on the statue of the Mother Goddess of the Forest and reached out his hand. Bishop Graydon's body was sucked into his hand. How dare you blaspheme the statue of the Forest Mother? You will have to beg for forgiveness from the Forest Mother yourself, David said calmly. Without waiting for Bishop Graydon's reply, Abel used his destructive energy to seal every part of Bishop Graydon's body, including his soul senses. After doing all this, David began to look around the hall. Looking at the 10 statues in the hall, his eyes lit up. The materials for the statues were very hard to come by. At least for David, he had not been able to come into contact with them yet. However, the creation of the statues was recorded in detail in the Inheritance of the Path of Shepherding. In fact, David didn't even need to make it himself. He believed that the Mother Goddess of the Forest could make it even better. It was just that the materials needed to be found in the space turbulence. Only in the era of the gods, when the gods had enough power of faith to squander, did they have the energy to explore the space turbulence. At present, in the great world of God, probably only the 5 gods had the extra power of faith to do this work. David had not become a real god spirit yet. He did not have the power to enter the space turbulence. Although his god-class doppelgangers and god-spirit doppelgangers had the power to do so, those doppelgangers were not focused on exploring the space turbulence. They were focused on strengthening themselves. Previously, he had obtained 2 statues from the Interstellar Federation, and this time, he had seen 10 statues. This allowed him to obtain a large number of statues all of a sudden. Naturally, he was willing to do this a few more times. Demigod Arthur, are you trying to make an enemy out of us 10 deities? Death asked in a dull voice through the divine sense in the statue. Demigod Arthur, don't be fooled by the fact that you have a few god-class deities around you. We have double your strength. The god of fire continued to threaten. It was easy to recognize David. Death and many of the deities here had interacted with David before. Not to mention, the black pillar of air above David's head was too obvious. Death, I remember your voice. Don't just talk. Hurry up and descend. Alexis has been looking for you for a long time. David looked at Death's statue and said in a deep voice. Black Dragon Alexis, who was on David's shoulder, had a look of hatred in its eyes. It was Death who had imprisoned it for tens of thousands of years and made it live a life worse than death. Black Dragon Alexis had wanted to take revenge for a long time. However, Death had been hidden very well and could not come into contact with it. Seeing Death's statue today, Black Dragon Alexis was already very restrained not to go up and tear the statue to pieces. Death really wanted to use God's descent to teach demigod Arthur a lesson. However, it knew very well that it would be impossible to fight Black Dragon Alexis with the body of God's descent. It would only make it a laughing stock. Not to mention, other than Black Dragon Alexis, there were 5 other God-class deities. The difference between deities and God-class deities was that God-class deities had the courage to use their real bodies. Since God-class deities were good at close combat, their defense was extremely strong. Even if they encountered danger, their defense was much stronger than a deity's. Deities, on the other hand, could use the body of God's descent to achieve unlimited resurrections. However, it also limited the combat power that they could use each time. In terms of who was better and who was worse, no one could say for sure. In terms of survivability, the gods hiding in small worlds were almost immortal, and the gods had extremely strong self-preservation abilities with their defensive power. However, there were conditions for God's descent. Especially when the deities did not have enough divine power, the power of God's descent would be greatly limited. For example, Death and the other deities did not dare to rashly use God's descent. Not only would they lose their divine consciousness, but they might also lose a large amount of power of faith. David stretched out his hand and drew strange runes in the air with his fingers. Divine power flowed between his fingers. In a breath's time, 10 strange runes appeared in front of him and then flew toward the 10 statues. The 10 deities saw that the situation was not right and were ready to withdraw their divine consciousness from the statues. This way they would at most lose the statues and would not lose their divine consciousness. However, they did not expect David to use a sealing rune to seal his divine consciousness in the statues. Of course, it was very easy to break the sealing rune. One god's descent would be enough to break it. Demigod Arthur, you are a demigod who cultivated to become a god. How can you control divine power to draw runes? Death's divine consciousness asked in disbelief. Controlling divine power to draw runes was a unique ability of the deities. Even demigods who became gods through faith could not draw runes with their bare hands unless they borrowed divine power from the deities. The Grim Reaper's divine sense was in the same hall as the demigod Arthur. At such a close distance, the Grim Reaper was 100% sure that the demigod Arthur was on the path of cultivation to become a god. No one could cultivate to become a god at the same time as becoming a god through faith. This was because either path required a large amount of resources, time, and energy. Death, the one who blasphemed against the Forest Mother, was your follower, right? David did not answer Death's question. Instead, he raised the 5th-level Bishop Graydon in his hand and asked. Actually, there was no need to ask this question. Graydon's aura could not be wrong. It was the aura of a follower of death. Demigod Arthur, I don't understand. This is an internal matter of the twilight of the gods. Why are you standing up for the Forest Mother? Death asked in confusion. Ever since the demigod Arthur appeared from the portal that belonged to the Forest Mother, the Grim Reaper was curious about this problem. Opening a portal right next to a statue was a connection between the deities and their statues. With this connection, the deities could descend or even appear directly next to the statue. However, the portal was opened from a small world. Only the deities themselves could use it. This is what I want to tell you all. The Forest Mother is now my deity. I don't want any other deities to disturb her. David said in a low voice as he looked at all the statues. David did not put away the statues because he wanted to announce this. The Forest Mother was too weak. If there was a chance, the other deities would try to deal with her. David was the master god of the mother goddess of the forest, and the mother goddess of the forest had shown her worth. Under these circumstances, he needed to stand out and express his attitude, and protect the mother goddess of the forest as a master god. Of course, the most important thing was that David now had enough strength to protect the Forest Mother. It was also because of this confidence that he directly announced the news. The mother goddess of the forest saw what happened in the twilight of the gods through the godly thoughts of the statue. She was very happy that the demigod Arthur told her about this. This was the demigod Arthur's acknowledgement of her. As for whether demigod Arthur could protect the Forest Mother, she did not doubt it at all. She saw Black Dragon Alexis and the 5 god-level clones. Just this power alone was enough to form a super god-level faction. The Death God and the other deities were shocked. To be honest, they had guessed many possibilities, but they did not expect such an outcome. The mother goddess of the forest was so bold that she directly sought refuge with Arthur, who was only a demigod. They did not know that the Forest Mother did not expect demigod Arthur to be so powerful. The Forest Mother was attracted by the life aura of the World Tree. In addition, demigod Arthur had Black Dragon Alexis as his support, so she decided to submit to him. Also, the believers of the Death God blasphemed the Forest Mother. I'll take revenge in the same way. I believe no one will object to this, David said with a faint smile. How dare you? The Death God's deity roared angrily. David's smile did not change. He waved his hand, and the bottle on the ground flew up. Even the pig feces on the ground were all collected into the bottle. The bottle flew to the top of the Grim Reaper statue and dripped the pig feces extract on the statue. The Death God statue's deity roared in pain. The pig feces did little damage to the deity's deity, but the pain it brought was immense. Needless to say, the humiliation was worse than the pain. Death God, descend and fight me. Otherwise, I'll pour this on you from time to time, David said with a smile. The Death God did not respond. It must have severed its connection with the deity's deity. This way, its body would be less affected, but it would not be completely unaffected. David shook his head and said, How boring. The Death God is so cowardly that it doesn't dare to accept the challenge. All the deities in the hall, including the Forest Mother, did not expect the demigod Arthur to do this. This meant that he would not rest until the Death God was dead. However, David knew very well that with his relationship with the Black Dragon Alexis, he would not rest until the Death God was dead. David hoped that the Death God would be braver and come to him personally. That way, he could avenge the Black Dragon Alexis sooner. David turned to the other shrines and said with a smile, Everyone, which deity is willing to tell me the location of the Death God in the great world of God? I'm willing to let go of his deity's deity. There's only one chance. Unfortunately, these deities were all experienced old men. How could they be tempted by David? Although the deity's deity was important, the twilight of the gods was more important. Without the unity of the twilight of the gods, it would be difficult for these gods to survive alone in the great world of God. Since none of you have any intention of betraying the Grim Reaper, then I'll accept your divine thoughts. The statue will also belong to me." David wasn't surprised and said with a smile. With a thought, he pulled the spirit of the god of fire out of the statue. The moment the spirit of the god of fire left the statue, it tried to escape. However, the shadow attendant had been waiting for this moment and had already devoured the god of fire's divine sense. Then, one by one, the divine minds of the gods were pulled out of the statues by David and devoured by the shadow attendant. As for the final statue of the Grim Reaper, David added more runes to it, sealing it completely. Only then did he store it in a separate spatial item. David then asked another clone to lift up the statue of the mother goddess of the forest. With a wave of his hand, he used the talent ability Break Space, and brought all the deities out of the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods. The headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods was located in the middle of a mountain. It was a huge shrine. It wasn't clear if it was built in the middle of the mountain when it was first built, or if it was later moved there by a deity. David wouldn't let go of this shrines. These shrines were very special. They were completely different from the shrines of the god of war. There were more special runes and magic circles. Perhaps it was because these shrines were built with the power of 12 deities. Even if the 12 deities didn't use their strongest power, the amount of knowledge that the 12 deities gathered together exceeded that of the god of war. The talent ability, Underground Sneaking, was activated. The towering mountain automatically split open, separating the soil and stones from the Twilight of the Gods in the middle of the mountain. During this process, the followers of the Twilight of the Gods in the other spaces of the Twilight of the Gods were directly killed by the terrifying suppression. Even when they died, they didn't understand what had happened. After the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods was completely cut off from the surroundings, David scanned it with his power of will. The headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods was stored in his spatial pendant. David sensed the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods in the spatial pendant. Without the cover of the mountain, the appearance of the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods was completely revealed. It was a work of art. The entire exterior of the shrines was made of countless carvings. Legends and stories from the age of the giant dragon to the age of the gods appeared one by one on the carvings of the shrines. Chapter 1298. David communicated with the small world of the forest mother goddess, and a passage appeared. He brought the 5 clones into the passage. "My lord." As usual, the forest mother goddess stood outside the passage to welcome David. "This is your idol. You can deal with it yourself." David waved his hand, and a god-level clone placed the statue of the mother goddess of the forest in front of her. The mother goddess of the forest looked at her statue, her face filled with gratitude. As a deity that was only proficient in planting and making divine artifacts, she needed to be focused. If the idol was continuously blasphemed by the believers of the death god, the forest mother goddess would not be able to focus all of her divine sense for a long time. In addition, the forest mother goddess was blasphemed. This was even more unbearable than the pain from the divine sense. The forest mother goddess saw with her own eyes how the demigod Arthur treated the death god idol. The demigod Arthur stood in the main hall, and the 10 deities did not dare to descend. He even brazenly blasphemed the death god idol. This made the forest mother goddess feel the joy of revenge. The forest mother goddess only had one thought. Becoming the subordinate deity of the demigod Arthur was the best choice she had ever made. As for her idol, she could leave it in the small world. Now that she had the support of the demigod Arthur, the forest mother goddess felt that the faith of her believers was insignificant. Of course, this did not mean that the forest mother goddess had given up on her believers. It was just that she did not pay as much attention to her believers as before. "And the death god idol? Do you need it?" David continued asking. "My lord, you can deal with the death god idol." The forest mother goddess hurriedly refused. She understood what David meant. He wanted to give the death god idol to her so that she could vent her anger at any time. However, the forest mother goddess did not have such thoughts. She now had her own work. Even if all the divine artifacts were completed, she still needed to cultivate better edible plants and cook more delicious food for the demigod Arthur. All right, I'll keep the death statue then. How much do you know about death? Do you have any clues that can lead to him? David asked after some thought. My lord, I'm very sorry. I've never paid attention to such matters before, but if you need, I can order my believers to sort out the information of death's believers. The mother goddess said helplessly. David's eyes lit up. He had nearly forgotten that the mother goddess of the forest was one of the 12 deities of the twilight of the gods. Although the mother goddess of the forest had the lowest status among the 12 gods of the twilight of the gods, she still had her followers active in the twilight of the gods. Although the believers of the forest mother had left the twilight of the gods, they were more familiar with the situation inside than anyone else. Then give me a copy of the information on the believers of death, David said with a nod. The mother goddess of the forest did not hesitate to send a message to her believers. Many pieces of information related to death's believers were sent back. As she had enough power of faith, the mother goddess of the forest was a little more generous. She gave some divine grace to the believers who provided her with useful information. David did not have to wait for long before he received a message from the mother goddess of the forest. Too many of death's believers had perished in the past. There were very few truly powerful believers, and they had only recently received divine grace to become stronger. As a result, the information provided by the believers of the mother goddess of the forest was relatively less. The most important information was about the 3 level 5 bishop. One of them was Bishop Graydon. His senses were sealed and he was thrown into the summoning ring. Bishop Graydon is here. I'll leave him to you, David said as he threw the summoning ring to the mother goddess of the forest. He then looked at the information of the other 2 level 5 bishop. The mother goddess of the forest took the summoning ring and sent her divine sense into it. She saw Bishop Graydon inside. A cold light flashed in the mother goddess's eyes. She had survived the chaotic era of the gods, so she was not without means. She would not let anyone who dared to blaspheme against her. In his mind, he had already formulated a series of plans to torture Graydon for a few hundred years until he died. However, death would not be the end of Graydon's suffering. Graydon's soul would continue to be tortured by the mother goddess of the forest. When he used pig feces to blaspheme the statue of death, he had to consider the revenge of the gods. In the great world of God, even a simple verbal blasphemy would be punished by the god. Not to mention Bishop Graydon's blasphemy. It was the most serious form of blasphemy, and the revenge of the gods would be the most terrifying. The mother goddess of the forest let go of Graydon's senses. Graydon found himself in a strange space. There was a rich energy here, and the air was fresh. There was also a comfortable warmth. However, Bishop Graydon did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt cold all over. Bishop Graydon saw the mother goddess of the forest. It was not a statue, but the real mother goddess of the forest. Graydon recognized the mother goddess of the forest at first glance, because the mother goddess of the forest looked exactly the same as the statue. He thought of his own actions. What would happen if he was caught by a god for blasphemy? Bishop Graydon tried to contact his lord, the god of death. However, he found that he was in another world. He could not contact the god of death at all. Bishop Graydon immediately thought of a possibility when he realized that he could not even use his divine spells. The appearance of the mother goddess of the forest and the special space all pointed to one thing. This was the mother goddess of the forest's small world. The small world of a god had its own rules, especially for souls. As long as the god had the power of faith, the soul in the small world could be resurrected endlessly. If Bishop Graydon died anywhere in the great world of God, his soul would return to the small world of the god of death. However, if Bishop Graydon died in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, his soul would remain in the small world. Unless the mother goddess of the forest decided to destroy Bishop Graydon's soul, his soul would remain in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest forever. The mother goddess of the forest threw Graydon out, and a special plant quickly grew out of the ground and caught the bishop. There was a huge flower in the center of the plant. Bishop Graydon landed in the middle of the flower, leaving only his head exposed. The flower secreted many kinds of toxins. These toxins made Bishop Graydon feel numb and itchy all over his body. Sometimes he felt like he was on fire, and sometimes he felt like he was falling into ice. The poison didn't kill Graydon, it didn't even injure him, but it was still tormenting him. The mother goddess of the forest would not let Bishop Graydon die so easily. She needed to use Bishop Graydon to redeem herself, and the process would be very long. David left the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. Once he left the small world, he would only appear near the small world. If he wanted to enter the small world, he could open a passage to the small world as long as he had the authority to control it. Gould, this is a document. Activate the intelligence network of the Supreme Council and find them. Do not alert them. Inform me immediately if you find them. David sent the information of the 2 level 5 bishops from the information provided by the believers of the Mother Goddess of the Forest through the suzerain level communication circle and left a message. I'll arrange for people to follow up. Who are you going to do it to? Chairman Gould immediately replied after receiving the message. Chairman Gould looked at the 2 level 5 bishops in the document, Bishop Jervis and Bishop Lockhart. Not only did the document have introductions about them, but it also had detailed descriptions of their facial features and the places they often appeared in. Chairman Gould did not doubt David's ability to deal with the Grim Reaper. After all, the God of Shadows had been killed by David himself. Otherwise, David would not have been able to get the aura of the God Slayer from him. I've gotten some information. It's a good opportunity to teach the Grim Reaper a lesson, David said nonchalantly. I can't help much with the battle, but I have no problem with the information, Chairman Gould said helplessly. Even if he had become a legendary level knight, and all the legendary level knights of the Supreme Council formed a legendary level knight battle formation, he would not be able to help David deal with the Grim Reaper in terms of combat power. Chairman Gould was well aware of this. The information still needed some time, so David used his void-piercing talent ability to return to planet Gammy. He continued his training in the Space Destruction Shrines. The 5 god-level cloned avatars and battle avatars were not sent back to the Zerg world. Instead, they were kept by his side. A day later, the Supreme Council's intelligence network, which was spread throughout the great world of God, found traces of Bishop Jervis. It was mainly because the information sent by David was too detailed. It had the appearance of Bishop Jervis and the approximate range of his appearance, which was of great help to the intelligence organization. It took David more than 10 minutes to use his void-piercing talent ability to come to Planet Spencer where Bishop Jervis was. Bishop Jervis had a good identity on Planet Spencer. He was a baron with a small fiefdom. As for what means he had used, it was unknown. In fact, it was very easy for believers of evil gods to make contributions. As long as they sold out a few believers of evil gods, they would be able to make contributions. If the fake identity was successful, they could rely on their contributions to exchange for a title. This also made it extremely difficult for the rest of the people to trace the identity of Bishop Jervis. Who would have thought that a baron of the great world of God would be a believer of a level 5 evil god? This time, it was discovered that the appearance of Bishop Jervis was a problem, and he was targeted by the intelligence personnel. Because they were worried that they would alarm Bishop Jervis, the intelligence personnel found many suspicious points in the files of the Aristocratic Affairs Office, indicating that the identity of Bishop Jervis was suspicious. That was enough. Without alerting Bishop Jervis, this was all the intelligence personnel could do. The shrunken black dragon Alex appeared in the sky above a castle. David hid in the Divine Artifact space card, and didn't even release his spiritual perception. However, he sensed the aura of Bishop Jervis's Death Believer. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and Bishop Jervis had nowhere to hide. David couldn't appear during the day. The black dragon column above his head was too eye-catching. He could only use this method, with the black dragon Alexis carrying the Divine Artifact space card, and David using the void-piercing talent ability in the Divine Artifact space card. David didn't make a move. With a thought, Mike's legendary rank avatar opened his eyes in the castle of his territory and then soared into the sky. Mike's legendary rank avatar was one of David's 14 legendary rank knight avatars. At present, the 12 newly promoted legendary rank avatars had already begun construction with the help of the Supreme Council, and the initial castles had all been completed. Apart from completing the tasks given by Chairman Gould, these legendary rank avatars were almost all staying in their castles to cultivate. David had just used his mind to inquire, and Mike's legendary rank avatar happened to be free, so he summoned Mike's legendary rank avatar over. When Mike's legendary rank avatar appeared from the planet-level teleportation portal, his legendary rank knight aura soared into the sky. Mike's legendary rank avatar flew towards Bishop Jervis's castle without any concealment. Bishop Jervis, who was in the castle, was shocked by the aura in the distance. Bishop Jervis didn't dare to have the slightest bit of fluke. The sudden appearance of a legendary rank knight with a clear target in the direction of his castle meant that there was only one possibility: his identity had been exposed. Bishop Jervis hurriedly entered his basement, where there was a single teleportation portal. He looked around reluctantly, then resolutely activated the single teleportation portal and entered it. Just after Bishop Jervis entered the single teleportation portal, the figure of the black dragon Alexis appeared beside the single teleportation portal. David's mind was connected to the single teleportation portal, and using his familiarity with space, he found the target location of Bishop Jervis's teleportation. David didn't even use the teleportation portal, but instead directly activated his void-piercing talent ability. After waiting for 10 seconds, the black dragon Alexis teleported over with the Divine Artifact space card. The teleportation distance of this single teleportation portal was less than the limit of David's void-piercing talent ability, so it only needed one void-piercing to reach the destination. After the black dragon Alexis appeared, it found that it was a cave, and there were isolation arrays drawn on the walls of the cave. It was obvious that this was a safe house. Bishop Jervis had already left and encountered a sudden attack. After escaping, he naturally had to report the matter as soon as possible and find out the reason for his exposure. Chapter 1299. Bishop Jervis came to the safe house only to get rid of the danger. He needed to go to the Shrines of Death. As long as he reached the Shrines of Death, he could contact the other believers of death and find out who had betrayed him. Bishop Jervis didn't believe that he had been exposed. The most likely possibility was that an evil god's believer had been captured and leaked his situation. The black dragon Alexis had been following behind Bishop Jervis. With his god-level strength, it was very easy for him to follow a 5th-level bishop. David, who was in the Divine Artifact space card, had already discovered that Bishop Jervis was still very vigilant. However, the difference in strength between Black Dragon Alexis and him was too great. His little tricks were useless at all. David checked his current location through the alchemy map. It was a planet called Buzz, which was in the same galaxy as Spencer. Buzz was a planet with a relatively thin atmosphere. ordinary humans couldn't survive, but there were still plants and some creatures on the planet that didn't need an atmosphere. For a planet like this, if it wasn't discovered to have extremely precious minerals, very few people would be willing to develop it. Buzz obviously didn't have any precious minerals, and even ordinary minerals were very rare. Bishop Jervis entered a desert area. After going deep into the desert for a while, countless deserted stone pillars appeared in front of him. He didn't know what kind of power had caused a group of stone pillars to appear here. Between the stone pillars, the wind and the yellow sand that was blown up danced with a strange sound, making people feel uneasy. Bishop Jervis seemed to be very familiar with this place. His figure flashed continuously between the stone pillars and then disappeared into the flying yellow sand. Black Dragon Alexis had been tracking Bishop Jervis. The moment Bishop Jervis disappeared, his figure appeared at the spot where Bishop Jervis had disappeared. However, after Black Dragon Alexis' figure passed through the yellow sand, nothing happened. He was still between the stone pillars. "Sir, I'll find that guy after I flatten this place," Black Dragon Alexis said unwillingly. A god was actually shaken off by a bishop. This was simply a disgrace. However, David wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. A teleportation method that even Black Dragon Alexis could not detect meant that they had found the right place. "Wait!" David's spirit extended out from the Divine Artifact space card and scanned the location where Bishop Jervis had disappeared. No matter what kind of means it is, as long as it is a transmission, it must use space energy. After David learned the Space Breaker talent ability, his control of space has reached an extremely terrifying level. The teleportation array set up here was very special. The spatial energy fluctuations were also very weak, as if it could only be activated by some kind of aura. That was why the Black Dragon Alexis had flown past the same location without being teleported. "Alexis, I've found the location," David said to the Black Dragon Alexis after activating the Void-Piercing talent ability. Alexis passed through the spatial passage with the Divine Artifact space card. When he reappeared, he had already seen a shrines. The aura that belonged to his archenemy, Death, proved that these shrines were the shrines of death. After David saw the shrines of death, he did not stay in the Divine Artifact space card anymore. At this time, there was no need to hide. He flashed out of the Divine Artifact space card and could not help but marvel at Death's arrangement. This Death shrines had nothing to do with the desert. Because this was the bottom of the water, an isolation array isolated the water above the head, forming an underwater world. The first to discover the Black Dragon Alexis and David were not the believers of Death shrines, but Death in the small world. Death sensed the warning from the divine telekinesis of the shrines of death. Without any hesitation, he directly mobilized the power of faith and descended beside the shrines of death. This was not the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods. Although it was also a shrines, because it was a joint shrines of more than 10 gods, there was not much power of faith there. And this death shrines had existed for tens of thousands of years, and it was an important source of faith for Death. After Death descended, he saw the Black Dragon Alexis and the demigod Arthur, and his expression was extremely ugly. Even if this was the range of Death shrines, which was equivalent to an extension of Death's small world, and his combat power would be increased, it depended on who the enemy was. Back then, he was able to capture the Black Dragon Alexis so easily because the Black Dragon Alexis was severely injured after the battle, and Death took advantage of it. Now, the aura of the Black Dragon Alexis showed that he had recovered from his injuries, and his strength had even improved. Death did not have the confidence to fight him. The Black Dragon Alexis had a large number of fays to eat every day, and it was difficult for him not to improve his strength. Death had been forcefully awakened, and after tens of thousands of years of slumber, his strength had fallen greatly. The Black Dragon Alexis's body swelled, and he let out a roar, "Death, come and fight me!" Although it wasn't the main body of the Grim Reaper, it was still the first time Alexis had truly fought the Grim Reaper after awakening. The previous fight with Death's doppelganger was only an automatic battle with a wisp of Death's consciousness. This time, Death's main consciousness had truly descended. Alexis, I really regret not skinning you and pulling out your tendons. That way, I could have gotten a few more divine artifacts, Death said as he looked at the black dragon Alexis with hatred. Originally, Death's plan was very good. If he had not met David, perhaps the black dragon Alexis would have become Death's god-level puppet and be completely controlled by Death. Unfortunately, the plan did not succeed, and it was ruined by David. Moreover, with David's help, the black dragon Alexis's severe injuries had healed in just a few years. The damage to the black dragon Alexis's soul was not that easy to heal. In the past, David's strength was not that strong, and he relied on the shadow attendant to absorb a large number of souls for the black dragon Alexis to heal its soul bit by bit. If he had not met David, even if the black dragon Alexis had successfully escaped, it would not have been able to recover its strength without tens of thousands of years. David did not participate in this battle, but he could sense the black dragon Alexis's thoughts. The black dragon Alexis wanted to find Death to vent its hatred for being imprisoned and humiliated for tens of thousands of years. David stepped back and made way for the battle of gods. Death saw that there was only the black dragon Alexis, and demigod Arthur did not bring the 5 god-level clones. He was slightly relieved. If the 5 god-level clones were here, there would be no need for this battle. Death did not want to give up the shrines, which were his most important shrines, so a battle was unavoidable. The power of Death's godly descent increased rapidly, and it reached the god level very quickly. David, who was watching from the side, narrowed his eyes. He could see that Death had used a special ability to greatly increase the power of the godly descent. He carefully observed the shrines of Death not far away. The shrines of Death were not simple. Previously, when David entered the range of the shrines of the God of Storms, the godly descent of the God of Storms was extremely weak. It was only at the legendary level. Although part of the reason was because the God of Storms was weak, the main reason was that the shrines were too ordinary. Even if it was the God of War, his power would at most be at the legendary level or demigod level. It was impossible for him to reach the god level. Only special shrines like the God of War and the Space War shrines could allow the godly descent of the God of War to reach the god level. Since Death could increase the godly descent of the God of Death to the god level, it was highly likely that it had something to do with the shrines of Death. This was the range of the shrines of Death, and he did not want to destroy this place due to the battle of gods. Therefore, a shield rose from the shrines and covered him and the black dragon Alexis, forming a separate battlefield. Death and the black dragon Alexis stood on opposite sides of the battlefield. The black dragon Alexis's eyes were full of hatred, but his mind was very clear. He wanted to torture and kill the godly descent of the God of Death. Death, on the other hand, was calculating the gains and losses of this divine battle. It was impossible for him to pay a price that exceeded the cost of this Death Temple. That kind of battle would have no value. He was no longer a god who could spend extravagantly. After a period of consumption, his power of faith had decreased greatly. The battle began in an instant. Cursed clouds flew out from Death's hands and flew towards the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis did not care about these curses. Even if they were god-level curses, it would be difficult for a black dragon to break through the black dragon's defense, let alone cause any damage. The black dragon's strongest point was defense. The black dragon gave up long-range attacks and gained stronger defense and more powerful melee attack. Black dragon Alexis charged towards the God of Death's godly descending body. How could the God of Death's godly descending body get close to him? The God of Death's godly descending body summoned a bone from the void. The The bone turned into a bone spear under the divine spell of the god of death's godly descending body. The quality of this bone was very high. Although it was not god-level, it was still a demigod-level bone. Under the godly descent of the god of death's descent of the god of death, and the power of the bone spear formed, was enough to reach the mid-level god-level attack. After sending out the bone spear, the godly descent of the god of death moved to the side and widened the distance between him and the black dragon Alexis. The bone spear carried a strong aura of death. It pierced through the air and appeared in front of the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis was not stingy with the bone spear. He used his dragon claws to block the bone spear's flight path. The bone spear exploded after coming into contact with the black dragon Alexis' dragon claws. After the explosion, the bone spear turned into a cage made of countless bones, trapping the black dragon Alexis inside. The series of battles just now happened within a distance of a few kilometers, which was less than 2 breaths of time. If David's mind was weaker, he might not even be qualified to watch the battle between 2 god-level powerhouses. Ordinary demigods could not even see the movements of 2 god-level powerhouses clearly. The bone cage restrained the black dragon Alexis for half a breath. After the black dragon Alexis roared, the bone cage completely turned into powder. The god of death summoned another bone from the void. It was still a demigod-level bone. This time, the bone turned into a bone giant more than 200 meters tall. The god of death's body was very clear. From the battle just now, it was obvious that he could not break through the defense of the black dragon Alexis. If the god of death's original body was here, he might have been able to break through the defense of the black dragon Alexis with many methods. However, in a situation where the god of death's body could not use too many battle resources, it was impossible for him to defeat the black dragon Alexis. The bones summoned by the god of death did not appear out of thin air. They were all collected by the god of death in the small world. The strong people he killed would be made into skeleton puppets if their bones were complete. If their bones were incomplete, they would become his casting materials. However, there were not many materials of this level. Before the god of death went into hibernation, he had also gone through a great battle. Most of the bones had been used up in the previous battle. The last bone he took out was already the last bone that the god of death could take out according to his calculations. If he took out another demigod-level bone, plus the consumption of this god of death's descent, it would exceed the value of the guardian shrines. The 200-meter-tall bone giant rushed towards the black dragon Alexis with an unstoppable momentum. The black dragon Alexis did not dodge. Instead, he also rushed towards the bone giant. Just as the black dragon Alexis and the bone giant collided, the god of death's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side of the battlefield, close to where David was. The god of death's body had long been prepared. Since he could not defeat the black dragon Alexis, he would attack the demigod Arthur. Whether it was capturing the demigod Arthur to threaten the black dragon Alexis, or killing the demigod Arthur, it was all worth it. If he really captured the demigod Arthur, he might be able to protect the shrines and make the black dragon Alexis serve him. The god of death's body moved decisively and flew towards David. He did not take David seriously. The demigod might be strong in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of a true god, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Since the god of death's first choice was to capture David alive, the god of death's body did not use curses or long-range attacks. Instead, he carried a terrifying divine aura to suppress David while approaching David. However, when the god of death's body approached David, he did not see a trace of panic on David's face. Instead, he had a faint mocking look. Chapter 1300. God of Death's godly body didn't know what gave David the confidence to mock him at such a close distance. At this moment, 5 clones appeared at the same time and blocked in front of David. God of Death's godly body wasn't on guard against the sudden appearance of the 5 clones, and he crashed into the attack range of the clones. The 5 divine longswords pierced out with the power of the black dragon and pierced the vital parts of God of Death's godly body. The Grim Reaper's godly descent physique was instantly destroyed by the 5 streams of black dragon's strength. Even when the god-descending body collapsed, the god-descending body of the Grim Reaper still didn't understand how the 5 god-level clones appeared. No matter how strange the 5 clones were, they were still at the god level. Would demigod Arthur place the 5 clones in his portable dimension when he went out and take them out when he was in danger? Even a normal knight wouldn't agree to be placed in such a dimension, let alone a god. Besides, demigod Arthur had to have a very high status to be protected by Black Dragon Alexis and the 5 clones. The power of Black Dragon Alexis and the 5 clones was enough to invade an alternate world. The God of Death's godly descent body dissipated in confusion. From the God of Death's godly descent body, the God of Death's godly consciousness flew out and opened a portal to the God of Death's small world, wanting to return to the small world. The shadow attendant was even faster. It pounced on God of Death's godly consciousness and devoured it. After destroying the bone giant, Black Dragon Alexis turned around and flew toward God of Death's godly body. However, when he arrived, he saw God of Death's godly body collapsing. Black Dragon Alexis shook his head helplessly. He was probably the only one in the entire great world of God who knew how terrifying David was. The 5 god-level clones were only the weakest, and the most powerful ones were the Battle Constitution clones. Black Dragon Alexis didn't dare to fight with the battle avatars. The battle avatars shouldn't have appeared at all, because the resources wasted on the battle avatars were enough to cultivate a dozen gods. Since God of Death's godly consciousness had lost, the aura of God of Death's shrines was rapidly declining. David quickly put away the 5 clones, and Black Dragon Alexis shrank and returned to his shoulder. If he had been any later, the Death Shrine would have completely lost its function as a shrine, and it would not have been able to conceal its god-level aura, exposing David's 5 god-level clones. At this moment, the aura of God of Death's shrines had shrunk to a very small range. David scanned God of Death's shrines with his mind and found more than 120 believers of God of Death. Among them, he saw Bishop Jervis and another bishop. When David scanned the unknown 5th-tier bishop with his mind power, he recognized that it was the 5th-tier Bishop Lockhart. Now, the 2 bishops of God of Death were complete, and David didn't have to spend any more effort to find them. Inside the shrines, more than 120 believers of God of Death were still devoutly chanting God of Death's divine book. They didn't notice the changes in the shrines at all. Only the 2 bishops noticed that something was wrong. The statue of God of Death they were praying to had lost its luster, like a dead object. At the same time, all the divine patterns that could be activated by God of Death's shrines were automatically shut down. This was caused by the loss of energy supply. Originally, God of Death's shrines had accumulated a lot of power of faith, at least enough to keep the divine patterns for a long time, but the power of faith used by God of Death's descent was all from the shrines. In a short battle, the power of faith in the shrines was completely consumed. Bishop Jervis and Bishop Lockhart looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. At this moment, David's mind power entered the shrines and broke the necks of all the believers of God of Death. The shadow attendant flew over and absorbed all the souls into his body. David's mind wrapped around the shrines of God of Death, and his talent ability, Underground Sneak, was activated, separating the shrines of God of Death from the earth, and then he put the shrines of God of Death into the space. Just after the shrines of God of Death were put away, the shield holding the water above collapsed, and the water came crashing down. Before the water came crashing down, David activated his talent ability and left. In the small world of God of Death was sitting on a throne made of bones, his face extremely ugly. Losing the most important shrines had greatly reduced the power he could use in the great world of God. Shrines that could accommodate the God-level power of God of Death had cost God of Death a lot of effort. God of Death didn't think that demigod Arthur would leave the shrines behind after defeating his God-level body. Think about the last shrines of the God of Storm. After the God of Storm was defeated, the Twilight of the Gods sent people to the original location of the shrines of the God of Storm. When they arrived, they discovered that there was only a big pit left. The shrines and the foundation had been dug out completely. The Grim Reaper had suffered heavy losses this time. He had lost an important shrine, lost a strand of divine sense, and lost over 100 believers. Among them, there were even 2 level 5 believers. These 100 believers were the core believers of God of Death in the great world of God. Such a loss would greatly affect God of Death's faith in the great world of God. Alexis, just you wait. When the Dragon Clan returns, you, a black dragon who has surrendered to the humans, will become a traitor of the Dragon Clan. You will be hunted down by the Dragon Clan forever, the Grim Reaper said to himself with hatred. As for demigod Arthur, God of Death still didn't understand what had happened to him. Where did the 5 god-tier clones come from? How were they related to demigod Arthur? David didn't return to planet Gammy. Instead, he found a deserted place and opened the wormhole that led to the Zerg world's safe spot. He returned to Homestar. He placed the 5 god-tier clones and his battle form avatar back into the huge sacred rune magic circle and allowed them to cultivate on their own. David went to the underground base. Recently, the cube's super artificial intelligence system didn't even use 1% of its computing power. This was because the cube's super artificial intelligence system research mission had ended. Its only mission was to command the robots to build Homestar. David released the shrines of God of Death. He entered the shrine's hall and came before the God of Death statue. The statue that had lost its divine sense stood in the center of the shrines. If this was the great world of God, even if the statue had lost its divine sense, it could still reach faith with the God of Death through the statue. However, the effect would be much worse. The statue was in the Zerg world and had no connection with the God of Death, so the statue was just like an ordinary statue. David transferred a level 5 soul avatar into the statue to replace the divine sense that had been lost. The level 5 soul avatar fused with the statue. The statue glowed, and he could sense the situation of the entire God of Death shrines through the statue. The God of Death shrines used materials that surpassed the shrines that David had obtained before. It was only slightly inferior to the space shrines. There were even more shrines inside the shrines. He also found a transparent skull-shaped divine gear in the underground altar of the shrines. The skull-shaped divine artifact, the altar, and the entire temple were one entity. There was a space inside the skull-shaped divine artifact, and within that space were 2 million skeletons. These skeletons were all doing the same thing, and that was praying. David did not know how the God of Death did it. He did not know how the God of Death had made the skeletons that had lost their lives produce faith. The eyes of the skeletons were shining with the light of the soul fire. Perhaps it was this special way of using the soul that made them produce faith. After seeing the skull-shaped divine gear, David finally understood why the God of Death would descend to protect the shrines despite knowing that he could not protect the shrines. Originally, the shrines had a divine gear that could produce faith on its own. With such a divine gear, even if all the believers died, the God of Death could still use the shrines to find new believers and pass on their faith. However, the skull-shaped divine gear was of little value to David. David did not change the appearance of the God of Death shrines. They were his spoils of war. However, the God of Death shrines could now be called Destruction Shrines. His eyes lit up. The Destruction Shrines could be placed in the Interstellar Federation. It did not need the support of faith to operate on its own. However, before that, David needed to hand over the destruction shrines to the Cube Super AI to extract all the knowledge and reverse engineer the new divine gear. After assigning tasks to the Cube's Super Artificial Intelligence system, he left the underground base. Inside the hive, the Queen Mother, who was like a mountain of flesh, was transferring godly power to the 5 god-level Zergs. This was the Queen Mother sharing the godly power produced by the royal inheritance pattern to protect herself. During this time, the Queen Mother and the 5 god-level insectoids did their best. They found another 4 demigod insectoids, but this time, they didn't choose the direct descendants of the 5 god-level insectoids. Instead, they chose the 4 most powerful demigod insectoid. Each of the demigod insectoids were close to 99% energized. These 4 demigod Zergs were all contacted by the Queen Mother. They did not go through the Zerg communication network. Other than the 6 god-level Zergs, no one else knew about this. This time, the godly power that the 4 demigod insectoids absorbed was also transmitted through the Queen Mother. She didn't lend out the royal inheritance rune. The main reason was that the Queen Mother and the 5 bug tribe god-level experts couldn't afford to lose. If they lost the inheritance rune, they would have nowhere else to go. Even if the Queen Mother and the 5 god-level Zergs wasted their godly power, and the 4 demigod Zergs reached 99% energized, none of the demigod Zergs could become god-level Zergs. This situation was very familiar to the 6 god-level Zergs. Due to the restrictions of the Zerg world, demigods could not become god-level Zergs. In other words, demigod Arthur, who had 8 Emperor-level inheritance runes, had used the Emperor-level inheritance runes to nurture a new god-level deity. The Queen Mother said in a low voice, "We have to talk to demigod Arthur. He has enough power to destroy us. Instead of waiting for death, why don't we take the initiative to negotiate with demigod Arthur?" Even the most intelligent Queen Mother in the Zerg world had no way to deal with demigod Arthur. The Sky Fire Illusionary Butterfly Emperor said helplessly, "But we don't even know where demigod Arthur is. We can't even negotiate with him." Recently, the 6 god-level Zergs had been living a long life. They had tried to cultivate god-level Zergs, but they had failed. They had been waiting for demigod Arthur to attack the hive. The location of the hive was no secret to demigod Arthur. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sneak in and steal the 5 royal inheritance patterns. However, after such a long time, demigod Arthur had not done anything. Instead, the 6 god-level Zergs had been restless. The Queen Mother said helplessly, "It's very difficult for us to find demigod Arthur, but it's very easy for demigod Arthur to find out about us. Let demigod Arthur contact us." The Queen Mother was talking about the secret plan that the few bug tribe god-level experts had come up with. They were preparing to nurture 5 bug tribe demigods into god-level experts, but in the process, demigod Arthur had stolen the 5 Emperor inheritance runes. Demigod Arthur knew about such a secret. As long as they spread the news that they wanted to contact demigod Arthur, they could just wait for demigod Arthur to contact them. This could not be helped. Demigod Arthur was too secretive. Until now, the Zergs had not found demigod Arthur's hiding place. "I agree. I agree. I agree." The golden-winged beetle emperor, the extreme electric scorpion emperor, the ice silk emperor, the death chi worm emperor, and the sky fire illusionary butterfly emperor all agreed. It was obvious that demigod Arthur had the upper hand. If the Zergs wanted to continue existing in this world, they had to learn to compromise. For the sake of the Zerg survival, the Queen Mother and the 5 god-level Zergs wanted to know what demigod Arthur was planning so that they could make a plan according to demigod Arthur's plan. The Queen Mother sent the news to the Zerg's communication network and spread it through the various Zerg's territories. The message was that the Queen Mother wanted to contact demigod Arthur through the Zerg's communication network or the god-level rune circle. This God-Spirit communication rune magic circle was a spoil of war from the bug race. However, only the queen of the bug race could use such a rune magic circle. Chapter 1301. David had received the Queen Mother's request for contact earlier than the Queen Mother and the 5 Bug Clan gods had expected. For all the insectoid clones that could connect to the insectoid network, as long as there was any news related to David, they would immediately send a signal to David. David was curious as to why the Queen Mother was looking for him. He had already given the Queen Mother a chance by not attacking the insectoid nest. In order to ensure that the effect of the inheritance pattern did not decrease, he did not want to attack the insectoids too much. Now that the god-level insectoids were no longer a threat to David, what David needed was the stability of the insectoid world. David thought about it for a while and decided to contact the Queen Mother to see what she wanted. He took out the rune contact card. As long as they were in the same big world, he could use the rune contact card to contact the other god-level spirits through the rune circle. According to the information provided by the Queen Mother, David made some settings on the rune contact card and injected energy into it. In front of the Queen Mother's mountain-like body, there was a square formation board. To prevent the possibility of not receiving a message, it had been using its mind to support the rune circle. The rune circle flashed, and the Queen Mother was delighted. Aside from the demigod Arthur that it wanted to contact, there was no other life form in the insectoid world that could contact the rune circle. The Queen Mother's mind shielded its surroundings. It did not want the other god-level insectoids to know that it was talking to the demigod Arthur. Fortunately, the 5 god-level insectoids were not there. They were busy refining the godly power that they had absorbed into their bodies so that they could store more godly power. In the past, the goal of the god-level insectoids was to constantly strengthen themselves. As long as they had godly power, they would use it all to strengthen their godly body. However, it was different now. As the 6 god-level insectoids shared the same inheritance pattern, they could not squander their godly power like before. The 5 god-level insectoids were very clear about one thing. Their goal was to store as much godly power as possible in their godly body. This required them to change. The insectoid god level did the simplest thing, which was to convert the godly power into something similar to a godly power crystal and store it in the body. This way, the godly body could store even more godly power. Therefore, the 5 insectoid gods had been working on this modification recently. Demigod Arthur, I'm finally able to communicate with you. The Mother Empress greeted Arthur awkwardly as she connected the communication array. Queen Mother, the bug tribe has always been very direct. If you have something to say, just say it, David said calmly. Demigod Arthur, can you make the decision in your faction? The Queen Mother thought for a moment before asking her first question. Although the Queen Mother was confident that Demigod Arthur was related to the faction that possessed the 8 Emperor-level inheritance runes, it wasn't just because the loss of each Emperor-level inheritance rune was related to Demigod Arthur. It was also because when the last 5 Emperor-level inheritance runes were stolen, the battle body was lost because of the ambush by Demigod Arthur and Black Dragon Alexis. All of this showed that Demigod Arthur had an extremely important position in this huge faction. However, the Queen Mother had to be clear about one thing. Could Demigod Arthur make the decision in this faction? You're asking about this? Of course, I can make any decision. David did not plan to hide it and answered with a smile. I hope to coexist peacefully with you and maintain the stability of the current situation. The Queen Mother continued with her suggestion. Queen Mother, if that's all you want, then we don't have to talk anymore. According to the insectoid's way of doing things, the strong should have the right to speak. I don't feel that from your suggestion, David replied calmly. The Queen Mother calmed down. Demigod Arthur did not immediately cut off the connection, which meant that Demigod Arthur also wanted to coexist peacefully. Otherwise, he would not have continued the discussion. Demigod Arthur, I have a rough idea of the strength on your side. There should be 4 god-level demigods that relied on the emperor-level inheritance runes. Also, you have my battle body and black dragon Alexis. I think this should be all of your combat power. The insectoids have 6 other god-level demigods, including me. In terms of strength, there shouldn't be much of a difference. I think there shouldn't be any problems with my suggestion. The Queen Mother analyzed. According to the Queen Mother's judgment, the insectoid world could at most allow 10 god-level demigods to successfully advance. They had tried before, but the insectoid demigods could not advance at all. This meant that the insectoid world's quota of 10 god-level demigods was full. The insectoids now had 6 god-level demigods, which meant that demigod Arthur's side only had 4. The Queen Mother's battle body clone had seen it with her own eyes. She did not know how the battle body was revived and controlled, but the battle body clone did belong to demigod Arthur. Even if the black dragon Alexis was included, both sides still had 6 god-level demigods. Of course, the Queen Mother's calculation was not accurate. After the demigods lost their emperor-level inheritance runes, their combat power was greatly affected. Although there was not much difference in a short period of time compared to before, the problem was that the demigods of the insectoids did not dare to do so. Without the emperor-level inheritance runes to provide enough protection, the demigods of the insectoids would become unstable if they used up too much of their divine power. The Queen Mother was only thinking that demigod Arthur's side had only obtained the emperor-level inheritance runes for a short period of time, so the god-level demigods he cultivated should not be too strong. Queen Mother, why don't I bring the god-level demigods outside the hive to show off their strength and let you reconsider the basis of our negotiation? David said in a low voice. The Queen Mother was silent for a while. She was clearly hesitant. She was worried that demigod Arthur would use this opportunity to attack the hive. However, on second thought, if demigod Arthur wanted to attack the hive, he would have done so long ago. On top of that, the hive was already prepared. It would not be easy for demigod Arthur to attack the hive. All right, I'll wait for you to show off your strength at the hive. After that, we'll negotiate based on the strength of both sides. The Queen Mother approved of this plan. After disconnecting, the Queen Mother immediately notified the 5 demigods of the situation. It was clear that the 5 demigod of the Queen Mother were unhappy about not participating in the negotiation with demigod Arthur. It should be known that the Queen Mother could represent the insectoids in the past. However, the 5 demigod of the insectoids now shared the emperor-level inheritance runes with the Queen Mother. They hoped to be on equal terms with the Queen Mother and discuss everything together. However, since things had already progressed to this stage, the 5 demigod of the insectoids had no choice but to get ready. They stood in 5 different directions around the Queen Mother and were connected by the emperor-level inheritance runes. Walls of green mucus rose, raising the entire hive's defense to the highest level. If demigod Arthur wanted to attack the hive, the Queen Mother and the 5 demigod of the insectoids would gather their divine power to strengthen the hive's defense. As long as the hive could be defended for a period of time, the nearest insectoids would continuously rush over and form a bug horde to attack demigod Arthur. Although the bug horde could not pose much of a threat to the demigods, it could still harass them. Using their lives to harass the demigod of the insectoids so that the demigod would not be able to focus on the battle was an extremely helpless method. However, the Queen Mother and the 5 demigod of the insectoids knew one thing. Demigod Arthur, who had obtained 8 emperor-level inheritance runes, did not want the insectoids to suffer too many losses. This was because if the insectoids suffered too many losses, the effect of the emperor-level inheritance runes would decrease. This was unacceptable to any demigod who relied on the emperor-level inheritance runes. Just as the Queen Mother and the 5 demigod of the insectoids prepared their defenses, a portal appeared outside the hive. Following that, figures appeared outside the hive. The doppelganger of the Titan Golden Emperor, the doppelganger of the Blade Mantis Emperor, and the doppelganger of the demigod of the Spider Emperor appeared from the portal. The Queen Mother was shocked when she saw the 3 demigod doppelganger of the insectoids. The Queen Mother thought of her battle constitution. Judging from the aura of the 3 Bug Tribe God-level clones, they were the 3 Bug Tribe God-level clones that the Bug Tribe thought had died. She knew that the demigod Arthur had some sort of resurrection ability. Although resurrecting a demigod was too unbelievable, the truth was right in front of her eyes. The Queen Mother had no choice but to believe it. The 5 demigod of the insectoids were also looking at the familiar demigod. They had the same aura and the same shell. Perhaps they were only slightly stronger. This meant that the 3 demigod of the insectoids had sufficient training resources. After that, the avatars of the golden-winged beetle emperor, the extreme lightning sky scorpion emperor, the ice silkworm emperor, the skyfire illusion butterfly emperor, and the death chi worm emperor came out of the spatial tunnel. When these 5 demigod doppelganger appeared, the 5 demigod of the insectoids were the most shocked. This was because these were the demigods that they had chosen to ascend to the demigod level. When they were fighting for the 5 emperor-level inheritance runes, they were taken away. The 5 demigod of the insectoids thought that these demigods had died long ago. They didn't expect them to ascend to the demigod level. The Queen Mother looked at the insectoids in front of her in shock. Just from the portal alone, there were 8 demigod of the insectoids. Judging by their aura, she found that 4 of the demigod doppelganger didn't ascend in the insectoid world. The Queen Mother knew better than any other demigod how difficult it was to ascend to the demigod level in another world. Other worlds would strongly reject non-native lifeforms from ascending to the demigod level. Under such rejection, it would take a miracle to ascend successfully. Miracles like this had happened 4 times. The Queen Mother had reason to believe that demigod Arthur's faction had mastered some secret technique to cross worlds and ascend to the demigod level. Back in the day, the Queen Mother had considered the possibility of ascending to the demigod level in other worlds in order to break the limit of 10 demigods in the insectoid world. However, she had paid a huge price without gaining anything. The Queen Mother knew that the balance of the negotiation was tilted towards demigod Arthur's side. She would have to pay a huge price. While he was thinking, Black Dragon Alexis passed through the spatial tunnel. Then, 5 150-meter-tall clones walked out of the spatial tunnel. Under their protection, demigod Arthur appeared. Finally, the battle-formed doppelganger passed through the portal and disappeared. When the 5 demigod of the insectoids saw the 5 demigod doppelganger clones, they were shocked beyond belief. When they saw the battle-formed doppelganger, they couldn't help but look at the Queen Mother. According to the Queen Mother, the battle-formed doppelganger had already fallen. However, the truth was that the battle-formed doppelganger was in the enemy's faction. They hoped to get an explanation from the Queen Mother, but the Queen Mother didn't know what to say. The Queen Mother looked at demigod Arthur. There was no need to say more. Just by looking at demigod Arthur's position, one could tell that demigod Arthur's status in this faction was definitely the highest. This was also the first time David had brought all his god-level combat power to show his strength to outsiders. In order to control the insectoids, he needed to flex his muscles. Even under the protection of the hive, the Queen Mother and the 5 demigod of the insectoids felt like they were standing naked in front of demigod Arthur. They knew very well that with the combat power that demigod Arthur had, he could easily defeat them. There were a total of 15 god-level insectoids there. Among them, the Titan Golden Emperor Doppelganger, the Blade Mantis Emperor Doppelganger, and the Spider Emperor Doppelganger were all veteran demigod insectoids. The insectoids knew their combat power very well. The Black Dragon Alexis had fought with the insectoids before, so the insectoids had their own assessment of his strength. The other thing was the battle-form doppelganger. This had to be listed separately. A battle-form doppelganger's strength was equivalent to 3 or 4 veteran demigod insectoids. Apart from these combat powers, the other newly ascended god-level insectoids were still true god-level, no matter how weak their combat power was. Demigod Arthur's god-level combat power was something that the insectoids couldn't compete with even in their prime, let alone the insectoids that were now heavily injured. David looked at the hive planet in front of him. This was the foundation of the insectoid. It was a hive planet that was completely made up of god-level materials. Of course, apart from the insectoids, no other race would have the fortune to enjoy this green sticky material, especially humans. Otherwise, David wouldn't have minded taking some of it. After all, the insectoids wouldn't be able to protect the hive planet. Queen Mother, do you want to test the combat power of my god-level combatants? You can choose any opponent you want to challenge. David sent a spirit wave toward the hive. No need. We've already seen your strength, demigod Arthur. We can proceed to the next step of the negotiation. The Queen Mother quickly rejected. There was no way the Queen Mother would agree. There were 15 god-level insectoids outside, and she couldn't order any of the 5 god-level insectoids to leave the hive's protection. The insectoids didn't want to go out and fight either. So what if they won? Furthermore, for demigod Arthur to be so confident, he must have something to rely on. Chapter 1302. Demigod Arthur, let's just talk, the Queen Mother helplessly said, understanding the current situation. Demigod Arthur had brought 15 god-rank experts with him. This was a show of strength, something that the insectoids often did. If they wanted to prevent the insectoids from being destroyed, they needed to negotiate, not fight. How should we negotiate? Should I negotiate with the insectoid hive? David looked at the insectoid hive and mentally replied. The Queen Mother also understood that this sort of negotiation without meeting was extremely disrespectful to demigod Arthur, who possessed such strength. Thus, the Queen Mother used her mind to create a mental clone that appeared outside the insectoid hive. Greetings, demigod Arthur. My original body is rather large, so it is inconvenient for me to meet you in person. My deepest apologies. The Queen Mother's mental clone was about the same size as David, and this was to make it easier for them to converse. After seeing David's strength, the Queen Mother began to use honorifics when addressing David, and her tone was very courteous. David couldn't help but be suspicious. It was said that the insectoid world was rude, but this Queen Mother didn't seem rude at all. The Queen Mother was the most unique existence among the insectoid. She was skilled in the mind, and perhaps if David had brought fewer god-rank experts, she might have had a chance to use her powerful mental ability to turn the tables, but it was clear that the strength that David had displayed was beyond the Queen Mother's imagination. She had no confidence in fighting against so many god-rank experts. Queen Mother, let's do as you said and distribute authority according to strength. How do you think we should distribute it? David asked with a smile. Demigod Arthur, if you have any suggestions regarding the distribution of power, we can discuss it after you raise them. The Queen Mother didn't voice her thoughts and instead said this. The Queen Mother was being very careful. She did not dare to propose anything that would displease demigod Arthur, but she was also afraid that she would give up too much of the benefits. Thus, she had demigod Arthur propose something first, and then they could discuss it based on his suggestions. This way, it would be easier to reach an agreement. I don't want much. The 9 insectoid gods here must all have the authority that insectoid gods should have. In addition, I want Worcester's benefits to be distributed proportionally. David did not make any excessive demands and sternly stated his thoughts. The Queen Mother let out a long sigh of relief. She had been very worried that demigod Arthur would ask for too much and ask for too much. To be honest, demigod Arthur's requests were legitimate, and the Mother Queen could sense his goodwill. Although the Queen Mother knew demigod Arthur needed a stable bug tribe to provide sufficient faith power for his 8 imperial inheritance patterns, the Queen Mother knew demigod Arthur and Black Dragon Alexis did not have the aura of cultivating imperial inheritance patterns. At the very least, the power of faith from the inheritance rune didn't benefit demigod Arthur much. This made the Queen Mother unable to determine how much importance demigod Arthur placed on the stability of the insectoids. Thus, the Queen Mother considered that as long as demigod Arthur did not make any excessive demands and could maintain the peace of the insectoid race, she would accept them. As for the fact that demigod Arthur did not ask for all the gods to have the authority they should have in the insectoid world and only asked for 9 insectoid gods, this was already a major concession. Demigod Arthur, I will redistribute 15 territories in the insectoid world as soon as possible. Your insectoid gods will occupy 9 territories, and all the insectoids in those territories will be controlled by the 9 insectoid gods. I can help mediate this matter. The same goes for Worcester's benefits. We'll split it into 15 portions and you will take 9. All of this will be written into the contract. The Queen Mother did not raise any objections to David's suggestion. Okay. I hope we can get along peacefully in the future. David nodded with a smile. The Queen Mother was overjoyed, but she forcefully suppressed her emotions and mentally connected to the 5 insectoid gods, asking for their opinion. The 5 insectoid gods naturally had no objections. Demigod Arthur's suggestion was already excessive, and raising any more objections might have the opposite effect. With the support of the 5 god-level insectoids, the Queen Mother drafted a contract. This contract was made of god-level materials, and even the ink used was god-level blood. Demigod Arthur, please take a look at the contents of the contract. The Queen Mother mentally drew up a contract and handed it to David. David took the contract. It recorded the 2 points he had just raised, and it clearly stated that the Queen Mother should do her best to help the 9 insectoid gods control the insectoids' territories. In truth, David had no intention of occupying the insectoid world. If not for the effects of the inheritance rune, he wouldn't even want to build a cultivation planet in the insectoid world. In order to completely control the insectoids, the only way was to control the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother could directly command all the insectoid. In a sense, the Queen Mother was the true controller of the insectoids. David had no interest in trying to control the Queen Mother. If things went wrong and the Queen Mother died, the insectoid world would very likely go out of control. This was something David could not accept. Therefore, David did not need to control the Queen Mother. He only needed the Queen Mother to continue managing the insectoid. After all, as long as the contract was signed, the Queen Mother would have to abide by the contract and work hard to manage the insectoid. I agree to this contract, David said in a deep voice after carefully looking at the contents of the contract and letting the Black Dragon Alexis do the same. After making sure there were no problems with the contents of the contract, he spoke in a deep voice. A contract of this level definitely required special attention. David knew how terrifying the will of the large world was. If he went against the contract, he would be making an enemy of the will of the large world. At least, David had no intention of making an enemy of the will of the large world. Then let's sign this contract, the Queen Mother quickly said. The Queen Mother's main body sent out a spirit imprint and imprinted it on the contract. Then, the 5 god ranks also imprinted their own spirit imprints on the contract. David used his spirit to imprint his spirit imprint on the contract. The contract suddenly shone brightly and disappeared in the light. At the same time, David and the Queen Mother both sensed the terrifying will of the large world appear and then disappear. This contract was approved by the will of the large world of the insectoid world. However, the Queen Mother was very strange. Originally, the condition for this contract to be established was that all the god ranks involved had to leave their spirit imprints. However, why did the demigod Arthur's spirit imprint automatically take effect? Thinking of this, the Queen Mother's heart could not help but tremble. She thought of a possibility, which was that all the insectoid god ranks were subordinates of the demigod Arthur. They were completely controlled by the demigod Arthur, which was why the demigod Arthur had signed the contract on behalf of all the insectoid god ranks. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother looked up to the demigod Arthur even more. It was only now that the atmosphere in the insectoid hive calmed down. After David had brought 15 god ranks into the insectoid hive, the 6 god ranks in the insectoid hive, including the Queen Mother, had been on tenterhooks the entire time. 15 god ranks had the absolute power to break open the insectoid hive. With such a number, they did not have to worry about the appearance of the insectoid hordes. Even if a few god ranks focused on the insectoid hordes, the remaining god ranks could still destroy the insectoid hive. After the contract was established, in a sense, the Queen Mother, the 5 insectoid god ranks, and David's 9 god rank avatars were considered to be on the same side. The first thing the Queen Mother did after the contract was to add the demigod Arthur into the insectoid communication network. This would make it easier for the demigod Arthur to communicate with it. The Queen Mother did not want any friction between them due to a lack of communication. The negotiation process, which was originally thought to be very complicated, was quickly completed without David making things difficult. The Avatar opened the space tunnel, and all the god ranks left through it. As the owner of the space tunnel, the Avatar was the last to enter the space tunnel. After the demigod Arthur left, the Queen Mother said to the 5 insectoid god ranks, who were relieved, "The 5 of you need to shrink your territory. We can't do anything about it. That would be suicidal." The Queen Mother wanted them to abide by the contract 100%. They could not go against the contract at all. That would give the demigod Arthur a reason to attack. It's fine if the territory shrinks. It's better than being unable to return to our territory, the Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Emperor said helplessly. If the territory shrank, the corresponding benefits and power would be reduced. They had all thought of this before the negotiation. The other 4 insectoid god ranks also expressed their support for the Queen Mother. Being able to reach such a contract was already beyond their expectations. The Queen Mother was indeed worried that the demigod Arthur would complain about the territory, so she sent the new territory plan to David through the insectoid communication network the next day. In the new territory plan, the Queen Mother did not leave all the good territories to her 6 god ranks. Instead, she divided them equally. The Queen Mother contacted David and said, "Demigod Arthur, take a look at this territory plan and see if you have any comments. If you don't, I'll announce it." "Queen Mother, I want this area." David marked a star region that was not too big on the Bug Tribe's star map and made a request. The Queen Mother took a look and saw that it was originally part of the Golden-Winged Beetle Emperor's territory. However, the Golden-Winged Beetle Emperor would not offend the demigod Arthur for such a small territory. The Queen Mother asked apologetically, "This is my mistake. I should have prepared a territory for you as well. I'm just not sure if this is too small. Would you like the territory to be bigger?" The star field that David had marked out was at most the size of a demigod's territory. It was indeed an insignificant star field to any god rank. David did not ask for anything else and said directly, "It doesn't need to be too big. Here it is. Just make the changes and announce it." David wanted a star field for the home planet. The Queen Mother had assigned the home planet to the Golden-Winged Beetle Emperor, so of course that would not work. David was not interested in moving the home planet. He had already built half of it. No matter how bad the environment was, it was nothing to him. He would only need some time to transform the home planet into the most beautiful planet in the insectoid world. Of course, the other and most important point was that other than this planet that had no living conditions and resources, the other planets that could live on the insectoids, from the sky to the surface to the ground, were all filled with insectoid. If he wanted to transform a planet like that, he would not only miss the step of rebuilding the atmosphere, but also the step of cleaning up the insectoid. That would be a lot of work. With the insectoid's reproductive ability, it would not be easy to completely clean up an entire planet of insectoid. As long as one insectoid egg was left behind, the insectoids would be able to take over the planet again. The Queen Mother used a special soul connection to announce the new way of distributing territories to all the insectoid. Furthermore, every insectoid god rank had the ability to control all the insectoids in their territory. Take the Battle Avatar for example. The Battle Avatar was given a star field that was made up of hundreds of planets. In the Battle Avatar's insectoid communication network, there was a separate group that allowed the Battle Avatar to send orders to all the insectoids in its territory at any time. As long as the insectoids were in the Battle Avatar's territory, they would have to carry out the order after receiving it. Even if they were asked to die, they would still do it. David also received a separate group in the insectoid communication network. It was a group of all the insectoids in the star field with the home planet as the center. David was a human, so he could use this method to order the insectoids in his territory to do things for him. This was probably the first time the insectoids in the insectoid world had listened to a human's orders. This was all thanks to the Queen Mother, who controlled everything in the insectoid world. Of course, the 9 insectoid god ranks on David's side did not need to head to their own territories, nor did they need to manage the operations of their territories. The insectoids in their territories would manage them. If anything happened to the 9 insectoid god ranks, they could communicate through the insectoid communication network. It would not affect the cultivation of the 9 insectoid god rank clones on the home planet. 10 days later, the 9 insectoid god rank clones' resources were sent over by the insectoids with spatial abilities. This was Worcester's income from the previous month. What David did not expect was that he would also get a share of the resources sent over by the insectoids with spatial abilities. The insectoids' income from the Warstar was not divided into 15 portions but 16. As a human, David took a share of the Worcester's income. This was naturally the Queen Mother and the 5 insectoid god ranks trying to get on David's good side. In any case, it was fine as long as they agreed. Presumably, the 9 insectoid god rank clones on David's side would not oppose this. Although David did not think much of the Worcester's resources, he was still very satisfied with the Queen Mother's attitude. This was a good start. After the insectoid world's territory was redistributed, everything returned to normal. Aside from a few demigod insectoids who knew some inside information, the rest of the insectoids did not know that the insectoid world had undergone a huge change. Chapter 1303. It had been a year since David had reached a peace agreement with the Zerg Queen in the Zerg world. During this time, the Zerg world and the Interstellar Federation had been extremely stable. There was only news of evil believers appearing in the great world of God from time to time, and then being wiped out. Perhaps the ordinary people in the great world of gods, or even the ordinary nobles, were unaware of the threat of the evil gods, but the Supreme Council and the 5 major temples were very clear about it. They had joined forces to clean up the evil god believers that kept popping up. In a situation where people everywhere were bewitched to become evil believers, some seemingly ordinary cases were no longer eye-catching. There was a nameless broken planet in the chaotic star field. The surface of this planet was full of deep cracks, and volcanoes were constantly erupting outwards. Some places had extremely deep potholes, making this planet look extremely strange. In fact, this planet wasn't originally like this. It was just that after a war between the gods, it was destroyed to this state. This planet used to be the palace of a dragon god during the era of the dragons. Many gods besieged the dragon god, and that divine war destroyed everything on the surface of the planet. The ground exploded and magma erupted. The original plants and creatures on the planet died, and even the atmosphere was destroyed in the divine war. Without the atmosphere, there was no possibility for life to exist again. Even after tens of thousands of years, this planet still did not have the slightest bit of life. However, inside this seemingly worthless planet, the dragon god's palace still existed. After that divine war, the dragon god was defeated, and the dragon god's palace sank into the ground. Below the ground, half of the dragon god's palace was in the soil, and the other half was in magma. The materials used in the dragon god's palace were extremely precious, and with the special strengthening of the dragon's secret method, the dragon god's palace remained intact even after tens of thousands of years. At this time, the dragon god's palace was filled with blood mist, and in the blood mist, a phantom condensed by divine consciousness was walking through the blood mist. This phantom condensed by divine consciousness was the divine consciousness of the god of blood. He used the dragon god's palace as his shrines and placed a statue with his divine consciousness in the dragon god's palace. With the power of the blood god, it would not be easy to occupy this dragon god palace. This dragon god palace was secretly buried by the blood god, who was also a participant in the War of the Gods. At the end of the war, the other gods snatched the dragon blood and some of the scales left behind by the dragon god after his defeat. The god of blood was the weakest, and he did not snatch those things. Instead, he moved the dragon god palace that had been buried underground due to the battle. Perhaps it was because the planet had been destroyed too thoroughly that no one had discovered the dragon god palace until now. It wasn't until the god of blood awakened and the god of death proposed to activate the dragon summoning circle that the god of blood announced that he had a complete dragon god palace. Since the dragon god palace had almost never appeared in records and its location was the most secretive, the gods of the twilight of the gods had made it the true target to activate the dragon summoning circle. As for the believers of the great world of God, they were there to attract the attention of the Supreme Council and the 5 shrines. All the gods of the twilight of the gods had put in their own efforts to support the plan to activate the dragon summoning circle. In a room of the dragon god palace, there was an ancient long-distance portal. This kind of ancient portal was not controlled by the great world of God's teleportation network and would not be discovered by the Supreme Council and the shrines during the teleportation process. A light flashed in the ancient long-distance portal, and a figure appeared. This figure was a middle-aged man who was tied up. The middle-aged man looked at this unfamiliar place with fear in his eyes, and his nose smelled the terrible smell of blood. "There's a new material," the phantom of the god of blood said excitedly. The phantom condensed by the divine mind flew into the middle-aged man's body, and then the middle-aged man's body exploded, and a mass of bloodline power floated out. The bloodline power flew into the blood fog, and became a mass of blood that glowed red in the blood fog. In the main hall of the Dragon God Palace, there were thousands of such blood masses in the blood fog. This middle-aged man was not a knight, or rather, the middle-aged man had a bloodline, but he did not know it. Many nobles in the great world of God had lost their noble status because of the rules of nobility set by the shrines. These families with bloodlines might be able to continue the knight legacy for generations after losing their titles. After a long time, many families who lost their noble status and still had bloodlines would become completely ordinary, or at least on the surface. Their bloodlines would also spread to the great world of God. Without resources and knight legacy, many people with bloodlines in the great world of God did not even know about the glory of their families in the past, let alone that they had bloodlines. According to the research of several gods, these bloodlines had stronger energy than ordinary life, and were the best medium to activate the dragon summoning circle. In addition, the god of blood had a special ability to accurately find people with bloodlines. The Twilight of the Gods relied on ancient clues to investigate all the original noble families and ordinary people who might have bloodlines. The main task of the followers of the Twilight of the Gods was to use the sensing circle made by the god of blood to find people with bloodlines and send them to the portal. Since the people with bloodlines were ordinary people, they did not attract the attention of the nobles at all. In the past 2 years, the Twilight of the Gods had found thousands of people with bloodlines and sent them all to the God of Blood in the Dragon God Palace. The God of Blood used his divine will and faith power to cultivate these bloodlines, increasing the effectiveness of these bloodlines. This could make a bloodline 10 times more effective. Through this secret method, the blood mist of the Dragon God Palace had accumulated 5,000 balls of blood formed from bloodlines. The god of blood used his own control of blood to increase the energy of the blood masses, and he would have the energy to activate the dragon summoning circle. The reason why the Twilight of the Gods could find 5,000 noble descendants with bloodlines was because of the suppression of the 5 shrines on the nobles. The 5 shrines were worried that the nobles would grow too quickly, so they had a lot of restrictions on the nobles. Take the title of nobility for example. Apart from a few noble families that had made great contributions in history, the rest of the nobles' titles had to be maintained through the consumption of merit points. Every time the title was passed down, it would drop by 1 level. If there was no merit points to increase it, then after a few generations, the noble status would be lost. This was the way the 5 shrines controlled the growth of the nobles. Thinking about it, even the 99 top nobles were not full. If not for the recent promotion of David's 12 legendary knight clones to top nobles, there would only be slightly more than 80 top nobles. If the top nobles were like this, then there was no need to mention the ordinary nobles. Neither the nobles nor the 5 shrines paid attention to the families that had lost their titles. These families could not participate in the circle of nobles, and no one cared about their life or death. The god of blood's shadow walked through the blood fog. He had paid a lot this time. After activating the dragon summoning circle, the Dragon God Palace would be exposed, and there was a high possibility that it would be taken back by the dragons. But the god of blood did not lose out, because the other gods had taken out the corresponding compensation. This compensation was what the god of blood needed the most. In terms of value, it was more important than the Dragon God Palace. However, the god of blood did not want to use up the blood masses so easily. As long as he delayed for a day, the Twilight of the Gods would continue to find ordinary people with bloodlines and send them over. After these ordinary people were killed by the god of blood's divine will in the Dragon God Palace, not only did they get the blood masses, but they also got their souls. Since they were killed in the shrines of the god of blood, their souls would naturally enter the small world of the god of blood. In just 2 years, there were 5,000 souls in the small world of the god of blood, and these souls were of the best quality. Although these people did not become knights, their bloodline made their souls of high quality. The 5,000 souls were converted into believers by the god of blood, and the power of faith produced was many times that of ordinary believers. God of blood, the bloodline energy is enough to activate the dragon summoning circle. Start as soon as possible. The god of death urged the god of blood through the communication between the small world. The god of death was, of course, anxious. He especially wanted to take revenge on demigod Arthur. The most important shrines of the god of death had been taken away by demigod Arthur. This action that could affect the inheritance of faith was enough to drive him crazy. But the god of death was very clear that with his current strength, even with the help of the gods of the Twilight of the Gods, it was still very difficult to deal with demigod Arthur. If he wanted to take revenge, he had to activate the dragon summoning circle. God of death, why are you so anxious now? The bloodline energy is barely enough to activate the dragon summoning circle. It's better to prepare more bloodline energy. It's safer that way. The god of blood disagreed. God of blood, it's getting harder and harder to collect ordinary people with bloodline. The first 5,000 were the easiest to find. The god of fire reminded in a deep voice. No matter what, without 10,000 bloodline energy, I won't activate the dragon summoning circle. The god of blood said clearly. The god of blood was not worried that the gods would not agree at all. At most, he would delay the execution of the plan for a few years. A few years was nothing to the gods. The god of blood did not want to give up such a rare opportunity to obtain high-quality souls. Mobilizing all the believers of the twilight of the gods to find and capture people with bloodline energy was probably the only chance. If he missed it, there would not be another chance. The believers of the gods would only share information and would not help each other. If it were not for the gods' orders, it would not have been possible to mobilize all the believers of the gods and the hidden forces of the twilight of the gods to act together. Seeing the attitude of the god of blood, the other gods complained. Although the god of blood had contributed the most in activating the dragon summoning circle, the other gods had also contributed a lot. But the god of blood was too greedy. Every single god could tell what the god of blood was thinking. It was no secret that a soul with a bloodline was of better quality than an ordinary soul. The god of death looked at the god of blood and his eyes flashed. It was obvious that he did not want to wait. The god of blood was very proud. After this meeting, he would receive a few people with bloodline energy every day. It was obvious that the other gods wanted to reach 10,000 bloodline energy as soon as possible. The god of blood did not care about what the other gods thought. Once the dragon summoning circle was activated, there was a high possibility that he would need to rely on the power of faith generated in the small world to maintain his needs for a long time. The return of the dragons to the great world of God would bring about a long and drawn-out war. During the chaotic period of the gods' war, the god of blood could only secretly take advantage of some believers and hide in the small world. Only when the dragons and the 5 gods suffered heavy losses or one side won a Pyrrhic victory would the twilight of the gods begin. At that time, the other gods would also need the support of the power of faith. The more power of faith he prepared now, the more chances there would be. While the god of blood was thinking, the ancient long-distance portal was activated again, and a figure was sent over. The god of blood was stunned. This figure did not have the presence of the origin of bloodline energy. The god of blood's strongest ability was to sense everything related to blood. Although the bloodline was special, it was still an extension of blood. Naturally, it could not escape the god of blood's senses. This figure did not even have blood in his body. There was not even a trace of blood energy. At this time, the figure threw away the clothes on his body, revealing a skeleton. A faint soul fire shone in the skeleton's eyes. The god of blood asked in a deep voice, "Death god, what are you doing here?" At this time, the god of blood's consciousness recognized who it was. This was the death god's skeleton puppet. It carried a strand of the death god's consciousness. The god of blood was ready to attack. This was the dragon god palace, and it was his shrines. His shrines would not allow the death god to invade. This kind of unannounced invasion was an invasion. However, because of the 5,000 bloodline orbs, the power of faith in the shrines of the dragon god palace had greatly decreased. Originally, the god of blood did not care about this decrease at all. This was because as long as the dragon summoning circle was activated, the dragon god palace would no longer be his shrines. He would have to give it up. But at this time, the death god's skeleton puppet suddenly appeared, and the god of blood was caught off guard. The god of blood understood that the death god must have been prepared and had sufficient confidence to teleport over. Chapter 1304. Blood God. It's still not too late to activate the giant dragon summoning circle. Otherwise, I'll do it myself," the Grim Reaper said through the skeleton puppet. The Grim Reaper was also good at scheming. He had already calculated the strength that the god of blood could use in the Dragon God Palace. He sent the skeleton puppet over to immediately activate the giant dragon summoning circle. When the Grim Reaper's skeleton puppet spoke, it revealed its own aura. It was actually a demigod skeleton puppet. The blood god's heart skipped a beat when he sensed the presence of the demigod skeleton puppet. Among the 10 or so deities in the twilight of the gods, the Grim Reaper was recognized as the most powerful one. However, the blood god didn't expect the Grim Reaper to send out a demigod so casually. Even if the blood god didn't use the power of faith to cultivate the 5,000 bloodline orbs, he could only reach the legendary rank after using God's descent. The Grim Reaper didn't have many demigod skeleton puppets. If it wasn't for the Grim Reaper's shrines, the Grim Reaper wouldn't have been so impulsive. "Grim Reaper, you've gone too far," the blood god yelled angrily. The blood god's shadow retreated into the blood mist in the hall. Then, a strong energy wave spread out, and a blood-red god's descent appeared in the blood mist. Even if the Grim Reaper sent out a demigod skeleton puppet, the blood god couldn't retreat without a fight. If he retreated without a fight, he wouldn't be able to survive in the god's dusk anymore. How could he tolerate being bullied by the Grim Reaper? Besides, this was the shrines of the blood god, and there was a blood mist that had been set up beforehand. It was hard to say who would win. The Grim Reaper's consciousness controlled the demigod skeleton puppet. It wasn't afraid of the blood mist and walked out of the ancient long-distance portal into the hall. The demigod skeleton puppet allowed the blood mist to envelop itself. The blood god also realized that the blood mist had almost no effect on the demigod skeleton puppet. The reason was simple. Demigod skeletal puppets did not have blood, and their quality was at the demigod level. This kind of legendary-grade blood mist could not harm them at all. The Grim Reaper laughed coldly in his heart. The blood god's ability was naturally terrifying, but that was only against living beings with blood. For undead beings, the blood god's ability to control the bloodline was ineffective. Of course, the god of blood's true body was here, and he didn't need to be afraid of undead creatures like the demigod skeletal puppet. The god-level blood sea could devour beings like the demigod skeletal puppet. The demigod skeleton puppet of the god of death didn't care about the god of blood's godly body. It stood in the middle of the hall and chanted an ancient spell. The god of blood was anxious. The demigod skeleton puppet was about to activate the giant dragon summoning circle. He quickly stepped forward to stop it. The godly body rushed towards the demigod skeleton puppet with the blood mist. The demigod skeleton puppet did not move to dodge. Instead, a gray light rose from its body. Before the god of blood's godly body could get close to the demigod skeleton puppet, the blood mist that came into contact with the light began to dissipate. The god of death's demigod skeleton puppet was casting the power of death. The blood mist of the god of blood existed in the form of life energy. When it came into contact with the power of death, the life energy was instantly taken away, and the blood mist dissipated. The god of blood's godly body only had the power of a legendary level. If it used a long-range attack, the damage would be even weaker. It would be dangerous to stop the demigod skeleton puppet in time. Furthermore, the demigod skeleton puppet was in the middle of chanting. As long as it was chanting, it would not be able to split itself to fight. Therefore, the god of blood's godly body gathered a long sword of divine power in its hand and slashed towards the demigod skeleton puppet. Although the long sword of divine power was not a divine weapon, its power was enough to hurt the demigod skeleton puppet. Just when the blood god's god-sent body thought it could hit the demigod skeleton puppet, the demigod skeleton puppet stopped chanting and dodged the attack of the blood god's god-sent body. The god of death's godly body was surprised that the demigod skeleton puppet could move. The god of death's demigod skeleton puppet hugged the god of blood's godly body, and the grey power of death burned the godly body of the god of blood. The god of death had been setting up a trap from the very beginning. After all, this was the shrines of the god of blood. If the god of blood used its fighting skills, it could easily kill an intruder like the demigod skeleton puppet. Therefore, the god of death's demigod skeleton puppet showed a strong stance and did not take the god of blood seriously at all. Although the demigod skeleton puppet looked strong, it could not hold much power of death in its body. Could not use up much power of death for long. However, the god of death controlled the demigod skeleton puppet to use a large amount of power of death to create an illusion for the god of blood. In the end, the god of blood took the initiative to approach the demigod skeleton puppet. The demigod skeleton puppet was a close combat puppet, and with the last bit of power of death, the god of blood's godly body was destroyed. God of death, how dare you invade my shrines? I will not let you go. The god of blood shouted angrily in the small world through its illusion. The god of blood now understood that it had fallen into the god of death's trap. It gave up its specialty and went close to the demigod skeleton puppet, which led to the fact that it was defeated in a short period of time. The god of death smiled coldly and ignored the god of blood, who was yelling in the small world. He controlled the demigod skeleton puppet to focus on chanting the spell. 5,000 blood orbs flew and landed on the giant magic circle on the ground. The blood orbs seeped into the lines of the magic circle, and the lines glowed red. The reason why the giant dragon summoning array was set up in the Dragon God Palace was because the giant dragon summoning array consumed a lot of energy. Activating the giant dragon summoning array was only the prerequisite for activating the array. The energy to activate the array was provided by the Dragon God Palace. The Dragon God Palace had its own way of collecting energy, but the energy it collected was not the power of faith or divine power. It was natural energy, so the god of blood did not use it. In fact, if the god of death had not activated the giant dragon summoning circle in the Dragon God Palace, it might not have been able to activate the giant dragon summoning circle successfully. Sometimes, luck was amazing. The Dragon God Palace that was half in the soil and half in the lava had the most natural energy. The Dragon God Palace had been absorbing the energy of the lava, which made the Dragon God Palace's natural energy almost full. As the demigod skeleton puppet chanted, 5,000 blood orbs were injected into the giant dragon summoning circle on the ground. Red light flowed on the dragon summoning circle, and every line had a red light flashing. The giant dragon summoning circle extracted the natural energy stored in the Dragon God Palace and continued the process of the giant dragon summoning circle. Dragon roars reverberated in the dragon summoning array, and dragon shadows rose. These dragon shadows rushed into the sky. Because the dragon shadows were in the form of energy, they passed through the roof of the Dragon God Palace, and then through the soil and rocks above. 100 dragon shadows danced in the sky above the planet. Every time the dragon shadows flew, they would leave energy marks in the air. These energy marks formed mysterious and complex patterns. Suddenly, the mysterious and complex patterns caused the space to vibrate. 100 dragon shadows flew and formed a circle with a radius of more than 200 meters. Inside the circle, mercury-like ripples appeared and soon filled the circle. The dimensional portal from the era of the war with dragons once again appeared in the great world of God. Along with the appearance of the dimensional portal, a continuous positioning signal was sent out from the portal. This positioning signal was not only transmitted in the great world of God, but it also ignored the great world barrier and spread to countless unknown great worlds. Of course, during the era of the war with dragons, in order to prevent the positioning signal from being detected by more powerful life forms, only the dragons could sense and understand the positioning signal. The god of death controlled the demigod skeleton puppet and quietly left the Dragon God Palace. Through the eyes of the demigod skeleton puppet, He looked at the portal in the sky. His heart was not calm. The god of death thought of the fear of being dominated by the dragons. It was a painful memory. At that time, he was also hot-blooded and had the best of friends. However, all of this was destroyed by the dragons, including his last bit of humanity. Since then, he had no true feelings. Only chaos can I survive. The god of death seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be explaining to himself. In the darkness, the silver dragon's body was very eye-catching. In such an environment it was like a super bright light. If one looked closely, they would find that the silver dragon's originally beautiful scales were covered with dense marks. With the strength of the silver dragon's scales, it was not easy to leave marks on them, let alone so many marks. One could imagine how unimaginable the ordeal the silver dragon had gone through. An ear-piercing scream suddenly exploded. From the darkness, a strange black figure flew out. The black figure was extremely fast. Accompanied by a dizzying scream, it arrived beside the silver dragon in an instant. The silver dragon was obviously affected by the scream. Its movements were sluggish. An ear-piercing sound was heard. It was the sound of the black figure and the silver dragon's scales rubbing against each other. During this process, the silver dragon's body was emitting sparks. The silver dragon that was attacked was also freed from the effects of the scream. Its dragon claws swept out skillfully, and the dragon claws passed through the black figure. Such an attack made the black figure lose its ability to move. At this time, the black figure completely revealed its true appearance. It was a strange creature that was completely black, with wings on its back and sharp horns on its head. Its strength was at the demigod level, but the special thing was that this creature's sharp claws had the power to break through god level. The silver dragon did not care about the creature's body. Its dragon claws dug out the creature's heart from its chest. The heart was shining faintly. The silver dragon also knew that this creature, which was named Night Demon by the dragons, would dissipate after death. Even the sharp claws that could break through god level would dissipate. It could be said that there was no benefit to fighting the Night Demon. The only useful thing was the Night Demon's heart. This heart could replenish the dragon's energy. It was also the existence of the Night Demon's heart that prevented the dragon race from going extinct in this great world. The silver dragon looked at its scales with a helpless look in its eyes. This time, one of its scales was about to be broken. As long as one of its scales was broken, it would have to return to its race and end the act of replenishing its energy outside. If the scales could regrow before the energy in its body was depleted, then it could still survive. If the scales were missing, there was a high probability that it would die the next time it faced the Night Demon. The dragon race had paid a huge price to break through the space barrier. They wanted to find a new world where the dragon race could survive. Normally, with the strength of the dragon race and the strength of the dragon race, even if they were suppressed by the rules of the great world of another great world, the dragon race could still establish a foothold in the new great world. However, the dragon race was not lucky. The dragon race broke through the space barrier and came to a dark great world. There was no light in this great world. Even the energy in the void was negative energy. At the very least, the dragon race could not absorb this kind of energy. When the dragon race first came, they were not worried about whether they could see anything. It was not difficult for the dragon race to use their mind to replace their eyes. The dragon race soon discovered that there was a planet very close to where they broke through the space barrier. There were plants and strange creatures on the planet. These plants and creatures lived on negative energy. On the first day that the dragon race came to this great world, they encountered a big problem of lacking energy supply. Without an energy supply, not only would the colossal dragons be unable to increase their strength, but they would also be unable to survive. On the second day that the dragon race came to this great world, the energy problem was solved. A golden dragon was attacked by the Night Demon. Normally, it was almost impossible to sneak up on a god-level golden dragon. A god-level golden dragon had an extremely strong perception of its surroundings. Any life that wanted to approach would be immediately discovered. However, the night demon was different. When the night demon hid in the darkness, it merged with the darkness and could not be discovered. Only when the night demon took the initiative to attack would it reveal its true body. Only then could the night demon be killed. The night demon's attack method was very simple but very effective. The sharp howl could make the god-level dragon's soul tremble and fall into a state of confusion for a short time. The golden dragon relied on the protection of its scales to withstand the night demon's first attack. After that, it used an energy beam to kill the night demon. After the golden dragon had an additional scar on its scales, it received the first energy supply of the dragon race in the new great world, a night demon's heart. For a long time after that, the night demon's heart became the only source of energy for the dragon race. No one knew how many night demons there were. They were the strongest predators in the new great world. Perhaps it was because of this that the night demons in the new great world were almost impossible to kill. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.